Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 21-part video series showing you how to create Milan house. Let's get started.
So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So go to models and then click on new. And then here we're going to change this to architecture template and then press OK. So once we open, we need to save it first. So let's save it to the location that you want to. So I have it in the location that I want. So I'm just going to call this one BEMNN house. And before you click save, you can click on the option. In this option, you can basically have backups up to 20 or even more. But if you're a beginner, this is probably a good way of saving your project in order to have different backups right here that you can go to if you ever made a mistake. You can just go back to that file. But now I think 5 is enough, so I'm gonna change it to 5. So there will be 5 of the file, and then once you save it again for the 6th time, it will save on the last one. So it just keeps on saving or looping in. You can even put it as to 1 so that it doesn't make your file bigger or your cumulative files bigger. So I'm just gonna put it file. I know we could go back to any problems that we come up to. So I'm gonna leave it like that, 5, and then leave everything like this. Press OK, and then save. So once we save it, we could check the units. So I'm using metric, and then I'm using millimeters. So here I'm using the template for metric. That's why it's in millimeters, or I could even change this to meters. If you need to be imperial, you will need to go to, or you need to open imperial template. So I have a metric template with a millimeter unit. And then after this, click save again. And then we're in level 1 as a default. So what I usually add first is grid lines. So it's under architecture, or you could click or type in GR. So this is the short keyboard. So I advise you to memorize all the keyboard shortcuts in order to make your life easier. And if not, it's better to know where it is. So it's under architecture and on the right side of the screen, upper right side. And then now type in GR, and then once you have GR typed, you will be able to add lines now. Make sure it's 90 degrees. It will start with numbers first. So as you can see, this is number 1. I usually add it in the middle. So I'm estimating my model to be around here. So I'm gonna add grid line number 1. You can press escape and then escape again so that to close off. Because what we can do now is we could select this grid line, and then we could click on copy. So once you select this, automatically it will put you into the modify tab. In the modify tab, there's a lot of things right here. You have move, copy, align, offset, and rotate. Those are the minimum, and then those are the most used, even mirror. So these are the most used actions you use. So now I selected this, it put me into modify. You can either click on copy, which is right here, or you can type in its keyboard shortcut, which is CO. So I'm gonna type in CO, and then as you can see, it will create a pop out here. And the important things to consider here is to check multiple, because you want to add multiple grid lines into your project. So now this is number 1. I'm gonna select that again. So once you select it again, you'll be able to grab it. So once you grab it, you'll be able to put it on the which size you want. So for me, this is number 1. I want number 2 and number 3 right here. So I'm gonna move it on the right side. If you want your number 2 or number 3 right here on the left side, you will need to place it on the left side. So now I'm gonna place it on the right side without, I'm just estimating, I just want it to be moved on the right side. So now you can be able to type. So I'm gonna type in 4950. It created the grid line, and then another 4905, and that's for our third grid line. Now you can press escape and then escape again. As you can see, it's not in the middle, but we're going to fix that later. So now we're going to add another grid line, but it will be horizontal now, not vertical. So now I'm gonna type in again GR. It open up in the modify tab, but under the grid line. And then now I'm gonna click on the right side going on the left side. So here I'm just gonna estimate. I'm gonna put it right here and to right here. So click here and click here. Now you have number 4 grid line. Press escape multiple times, and now you can zoom in. Now I want my horizontal grid line to be letters. So to change that, you can just click on the grid bubble. It will then be able to change it, and then I'm gonna go capital A letter. So now it's on capital A. I can zoom out, and now I can, it's already selected, I can type in CO. Multiple is now checked. So once you do it once, it will remember your last, and then it will be check multiple right here now. Again, I'm gonna grab it and then pull it down. So any way you want, if you want it to be upper, you will need to put it up like this, or you want it to be going down, you will need to put it like that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it down, and I'm going to type 4500. Let's put it 4500. Next will be 1170. So that's C 2800. And then we have 2 more grid line. It will be 4925, and then we also have 4550. Press escape and then escape again. If you notice, when you start A and then when you go down to BC, it recognizes that you changed this to letters, and then now the sequence will be on an alphabet. So Revit is smart like that. It will recognize that, and it will change accordingly. So now what I want to do is I want to center everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this, all of them. You can use your arrow key in your keyboard to just simply nudge it in place. So you just want it to be in the middle of this elevation tags. So all of this is elevation tags. In order for you to show your model in the elevations, you will need to place this one accordingly. So for example, if you have a bigger floor plan, you will need to move this so that everything will be shown in your model. So I receive a lot of comments that how come I couldn't see my model in elevation. This is the problem because you didn't place it properly, or it's, for example, right here where your model are. So it's seeing everything from here going down. So now you just need to select this and you can move it all around. So now what I want to do is fix our grid line. You can select this one. If you notice, there is some temporary dash line. This indicates that if I move this, all of them will move. So here I can select this. There is a temporary dash line right here. You can move it going down or going up and going down. So it doesn't matter, it will recognize that you want to move all of them. Okay, so now I'm gonna move this one a little bit, and then let's add in some dimensions. So you can type in DI or click on this. This icon supposed to be around upwards right here above this architecture tab, but I just place it right here so that everybody can see because of my screen. So now I'm going to type in DI, that's dimension, and then now I'm gonna select all the grid lines first so that everybody can follow, and then select that, and then now we're going to add the overall. So you need to add dimensions first, like this, and then an overall. Press escape and escape again. So now that we're finished with our grid lines, now we're going to go to our elevation. So for this ceiling plan, you could just close that first. So just by selecting this, because we don't need it, and then now we could go to our south elevation. So in our south elevation, our default is level 1, it's at 0, and then level 2 is at 4,000, so 4 meters and 4,000 millimeters. Now what you need to understand is this is very important to stretch. So for example, if you have multiple levels, and then if you don't stretch this properly, for now if we go to level 2, everything is showing right here, all the grid lines that we created on level 1. But once we go here, if you forgot to stretch it out, what will happen to level 2 will be, it will be missing the grid lines on the vertical height. So now this is very important to stretch out as much as possible, because if we're gonna add level 3 and all the roof plan, you will need to stretch this in order for everything to be shown. So that's very important. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a level, and to create a level you can either select this and then click on copy. but you could also go to architecture. So let's do the same thing. It's beside grid line, and the keyboard shortcut is LL. So now I'm going to type in LL. So now I'll be able to add a level below level 1. You can change the height right here. So I want it to be negative 500 only. And I want the name to be changed to ground. Let's put it properly, ground floor. It will ask you, would you like to rename corresponding views? Click yes. It will change it from here. So now, once you create this level through architecture and you click on level, as you can see, it will appear right here. So the floor plan was created because you did it the proper way. And then now these ones are showing. In order for everything to be shown properly, you can create an elbow. So to add an elbow, if you zoom in, there is an elbow right there. If you click that, it will create an elbow. It's either going down or going up. You can just grab it and stretch it a bit so that everything is showing properly. You can even move this one like that or like that. But the level will be still on negative 500. I'm gonna change this to negative probably 200 only. So now we have ground floor negative 200, level 1 at 0. Now I wanted to see if we click on the level. I'm going to change this to 3000. So 3000. I wanted to see what will happen if you select this and then just type in CO just to copy, and then multiple is already checked. If you grab it from here and then type in 3000. So what will happen is the sequence is changed because this is supposed to be level 3, but now we could even change that, so it's not a problem. We could put this one as level 3 or roof plan because this is only a 2-story. But now if you notice level 3, but the level 3 hasn't been created here. It's because we create just a copy of this floor. And if you want level 3 to appear here, what you have to do is you need to go to view, click on plan view, and click on floor plan. Level 3 is right here. It's basically saying that you want to create this view, so you just need to press OK. If you have multiple levels, you will need to select all of them and then press OK. So now once you do, level 3 is created and then it is in here. So that's how you do it. So now just to go back to level 1, so now we have our levels created right here. Everything is moved up. Let's check our ease. So here we just need to check all our levels in order, or all our elevation, in order to see if it's stretched enough. And then you can even fix all of this so that once we create our sheet, everything is showing properly. Okay, so now that's good. what we could do is we could go back to our level 1, and then if you want your grid bubbles to show on each side, what you have to do is you need to select that, and then here you need to click on show bubble. Unfortunately, you will need to do it one by one in order to show it. Okay. So now we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start this project by adding grid lines. We added some dimensions and we created the levels so that we could start this project. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna start off by clicking on architecture, so we're in the architecture tab, and then the wall. You can even type in WA for the wall. So here WA is the short keyboard shortcut for the keyboard. So once you're in the wall, you can use generic model wall, which is 200 millimeters. For the newer Revit, what you have is something like this, which is pre-built wall. So what you just need to do is choose one of them, and then you can create a generic wall by deleting all of this. So we need to delete each and every one. So basically we're in the exterior side from the core boundaries, and then from the core boundaries right here is the interior side. So just delete all of them. You cannot delete the core boundary, so don't worry. You just need to keep on deleting, and then here let's delete this once as well. And as you can see, once it highlights the core boundary, it will be grayed out, so you cannot delete that. So once you have this one, what you can do is, so here what we have is the original. Before doing anything, we need to duplicate it, because we need, for the best practice, you will need to keep on duplicating stuff that are the original. So for best practice, you could just put this one or name this as exterior wall number 1. So now that you name it, you have it a duplicate of that, and then we just need to delete. So here I'm going to put the thickness to 150 will be good enough. And then for the material, I want something white, which I always choose gypsum wallboard. After that, press OK, OK, and then OK. Now, you can either select now for the location, or you could change your top constraint. As you remember, we have level 1 to level 2, 3, and then we also have a ground floor. So now we start at level 1. So from here we want to go to level 2. So what you need to do now is, let's click here, and then it will have a top constraint. Now it's unconnected, and it's up to 8,000 millimeters or 8 meters. We want to have it to level 2. So it's going to be capped on that height, which is 3,000. So now we're going to start. You can just leave wall center line. So basically how it looks is, once we click this, it will be centered on the grid lines right here. You can even choose finish face exterior or interior, or core faces like that. It's up to you, but most of the time I use wall center line. So now I'm gonna click A1, which is right here, going to A2, going down to C2, going to C3, and if you see, it's all in the center line. And then now what we need to go is, we need to go to E first, and what I usually do is, I'm going to edit this one later on, because I will need to pull it back a little bit. So now I just want to pull it out around 1100. So here you can select this, and you have 7,725. So here I'm just gonna put it as 6,625. So basically minus 1100. So you can do that, and then you can select now exterior wall number 1, and you could click CS. So that's create similar. It's basically every time you have a component, a family, wall system, even door system, and window system, you'll be able to basically have it, or you'll be able to choose that again, and it will be live, and you'll be able to add those stuff again. So it's an easy way to recapture anything that you already added on the system. So it will also be faster for you, so make sure to use CS all the time. So now I'm going to number 2 grid line, which is right here, and then we're gonna go down to E2, going around here. We're going to get around 2,000. So 2050 will be good. And then go back again. And as you can see, it will let you know that just go back 1100, similar to this. You can also align it if you want. And then just go back up to grid line number 1. And then now you can come back to A1 again. So we finish exterior wall right here. We can also move stuff later on if we want to, but for now we set up everything like this. And then our boundary walls, we're just going to add those ones later on, so don't worry about that. So now we're gonna create some exterior or interior wall. So what we could do is click wall again, and then from exterior wall we're going to create an interior wall. So edit type, duplicate, we need to rename this interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit type. I like the thickness to be the same. And then here, under materials, maybe we could just put another gypsum wallboard. We could duplicate this if we want to. Create a duplicate, so it's up to you. You can even choose laminate ivory mate. So it's really up to you. Let's choose this so that we could just differentiate later on. So here I'm gonna press OK, OK, and then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add an interior wall right here. So I'm going to extend this right about here. We can even close this and then create an opening, a wall opening right here. And then now, same wall, select that. Here we go again. We're gonna use CS, create similar, and we could add interior wall right again. So here I'm going to add a wall first, all the way right here. As you can see, we have a temporary dimension here. You can select that, and then here we can type in 1950. So now we have our walls right here. Let's add a wall right here first. Press escape, select that wall. It will create a imaginary or temporary dimension. You can select that in order for this one to go backwards or forward. So now just put in 1600. So we have this wall moving backwards like this. So now this one's done. We're gonna add a wall. Probably later on once we create our stairs. And then here, what we could do is we could select this. So once you select that, we're gonna create a wall opening. Select this wall opening, and then here select the wall, when it will start and when will it close. So now, as you can see, once you hover here into your crosshair or mouse crosshair, you can even select that, and then you can grab it and you can extend whatever you want. So now you can see, if we check it out on our section, you can place that one, select, and then flip it, double click it here, right here. You have an opening right there, and this is your wall. So that's how it looks. And then we can delete this for now. We don't need it yet. I just want to show you how it looks. And then here we have our opening, wall opening. We're going to push this one a little bit backwards. Sorry, go back. I want to unjoin them first, so I'm gonna drag it down, and then I'm going to push this one back. So maybe we could change it from here. So I want it probably around 2500. So right there, Now just join them, and then here we could extend this one. So we just have our closet right here. We can even extend this one. 26. Let's make it 27. There we go. That looks much better, having that there. And then now what I want to do is add the fixtures right here. So let's go to insert, load family, and then go to plumbing, which is right here, architectural, fixtures, and then here we have sink and we have our urinals. So not urinals, water closet. So we have a toilet right here, and then we have domestic. I usually just use the 2D because we don't need to showcase the 3D right here. So just to make the file smaller or the size smaller, I usually just use the 2D. So now I'm gonna click that, and then you opened it, or you want it to be live by clicking on or typing keyboard shortcut CM. So once you have CM, it's basically you can click it from there. If you don't do CM, the way that you see all the component is under architecture. You will need to click here. So what I do is I load them one at a time so that I don't need to look for it. Because right now it's just like this. It doesn't have too much component loaded, but once you go further, you'll be able to see that you loaded so much that it will be hard for you to remember the name, even searching, because some of them is like m_desk. So by just typing in desk, sometimes it will show different kinds. So to make it easier for you, load one at a time, and then once you load it, you immediately put it in your model so that it's easy. So I'm gonna show you how I do it so that you can see. It's up to you guys if you want to do it your way. So now I'm gonna go to insert again, load family, go back here, and then I'm gonna click on sink, and then let's just use a square vanity. Click open, and then now we're here again. Type in CM. Press spacebar to change orientation. Like that. Press escape and then escape again. We want to show the top of the vanity. So what I usually just do to make it easier, because we don't need to showcase the 3D right here, is to use annotate and then detail line, and then I use thin line and then create that box there. And then now I just nudge it in place by using my arrow keys from my keyboard. So you need to select it first so that you can nudge it in place. Then before we finish, I want to create the laundry. So here I'm gonna go back to insert, load family. I want to provide a sink. So I'm gonna use this sink. I'm gonna load it. So once I load it, type in CM, And then here, this is a wall base. As you can see, it's a wall base. We can add this one right here. So I'm just gonna nudge it in this area. This is basically laundry and dirty kitchen. So now I'm gonna go to load again, go back to the main, and then let's go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range, and then let's look for a washer. So here we have a washer, and then we have the dryer as well. So let's load this one, CM, spacebar to change orientation, and then just attach it on the corner right here. I don't like the label, so I select it again, edit type, and then uncheck this, so show label. So I don't like that show label category. And then now let's go back to annotate, or you could just select the thin line right here, CS, and then just add a line to represent the top. And then we have our laundry with the sink. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the exterior wall and interior wall. And if we zoom in, we have our powder room and our dirty kitchen and laundry. So now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's concentrate on adding some of the furniture. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go back to the main, and then let's go to furniture. And what I want to do here is to add some seating. So here I want to add this type of sofa. So let me open this, and then once it's already loaded, what we have to do is type in CM. That's basically the shortcut of adding the component, so placing the component. So now we can press spacebar multiple times so that it will rotate. Another thing about using spacebar is, for example, if you hover above this toilet, and as you can see it's curved, if you spacebar there, it will contour to the angle of that. As you can see, you'll be able to use that as your rotating. So if, for example, you need 45, you can easily add 45 on an angle if you have a 45 already in place. So right now we're just going to add it like this, and then the other side as well. And then the stairs will be around this area. So press escape, escape again. We can add the family room right here, so CS, and then let's use this one as well. And then later on, let me show you how to create the same kind but different dimension. So here I'm gonna select that. You need to edit type, duplicate. Let's call it sofa 2. And then from there, as you can see, we could change the width. So here we'll be able to set it as big as like this. Let's make it 3000. And pull it right there. Now, if we edit the spacing here or the width, what will happen is both of this will change because this one is under the sofa as well. So here I'm gonna provide a sample. I'm going to change this to 2000. Click apply and then OK. And both of them are in 2000. If we double check, so basically like that. So it really changed the width of the sofa. So that's how it's easy to change your families. You need to know how to change families so that you can be able to add it to your project. So you could edit those kind of stuff. So here after this, let's go back and add in the coffee table. So here we're gonna go here in the coffee table, and then let's use this CM and then add it. I know it's too small. Press escape, select that again, and as you can see here, there are preloaded sets or width that already have this. But as you can see, it's too wide for the depth. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit again, duplicate coffee table number 1. And then I'm going to change the width. I'm going to put it as 700. So next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna add in the dining table. So let's go back to insert, load family, and then go back to furniture and then tables, and then let's go and look for our table. We have stuff that we have here, which is this one. This is perfect enough to be used. We could click open and then again type in CM, and then let's place it right here in the middle. Then after the table, I want to add the chairs, so I'm gonna click on load again under insert and then go back, and then here we have seating. I'm gonna scan which one we're gonna use, and we're gonna use this M chair brower. So after we load it, type in CM again, and then let's add those right here. Spacebar to change orientation, and then after that select the one side and then click on mirror, and then select this one, click on mirror, draw axis, and then there we go. We have our dining area right here. We can then now place this one right about here to just space out everything. And then I know we're going to have our stairs right about here. I'm going to put in the entertainment system. So let's load family again, go back. We have it under storage, and then we have entertainment center right here. Let's open that and then type in CM and then place it right about here. press escape and then escape again, and then we're going to get the proper dimensions right here. So let's zoom in, tab, so that we're highlighting only the interior part of the wall. So click on tab, and then here again, click on tab. Move it up like that. After that, now that we have our width, I know the height should be around 2800 because 3000 is the total height from level 1 to level 2, which I'm going to show you under south elevation. And once we create a floor, it will be under this level 2. So we're going to make the thickness as 200. So it will go down 200, and I just want our entertainment system to be exactly at the 2800. So 3000 total height minus the 200 of the floor. So that's about at the height of the floor to ceiling. So now I'm gonna edit this. So I'm gonna select. We could just click on edit type, and then we could rename it, duplicate, and then entertainment, and then press OK. And then from there, now that we see that, you can see here that we could put the height. So 2800, and then the width is 4800. So now that we have those ones, we could, now it's 813, so we could just change that later on once we figure out this one. So press OK. As you can see, automatically we have it on there. It's slightly off, so I'm going to use Align tool, AL, select the wall and then the exterior part, and then now we have it aligned properly. Now if we see it, I'm gonna place a TV so that we can edit the center of this. So insert, load family, go back, and then here we have a TV flat screen. Press open and then CM, and then place the TV right about here. We're gonna see that later on, so I already added there. I'm gonna use my section in order to see the elevation from here. So don't worry, we're gonna flip that. So we're gonna flip that using the flip section. We could just minimize the view depth. So that's just the view depth. We don't need to see all of this or whatever is there. So press escape and then double click right here. Once you see that, if we check, we have it from the first floor or from the ground floor or first floor to the top is 2800, and if we see it again once we created the floor, it will be perfectly fit on right there. So now I'm gonna select this. We have the TV right about here, so that's the TV. So I want to maximize or make this width just about right. So here I'm going to change the edit the center width. I want it to be, because it's 4800, I want it to be at least 2000. At least we have a lot of space to add in the TV. So here I'm gonna select this TV. You can use your Align tool. So AL, click that and click the bottom. Now we can edit this TV. We can make it bigger. So this is the biggest that we have at the moment. We can make it bigger. So just click on edit, duplicate, big TV. And then now just change this one. So once we change this, we can make this one right about there. So that looks perfect. We have a big TV right here, and then we extended everything in order to be symmetric, and everything looks nice. So that's about our entertainment area right here. We could also copy this or create a new one, a new size, but it looks like this size is perfect on this area. So I'm just gonna click on copy and move this one right here. So we just create a copy. We could center here this one in the middle like so, and then this one as well, center it in the middle. Or what we could do is I could move this one a little bit on the side so that we could add in some chair right here or some side table. So we could do that as well. So that looks nice right there. Let's go load family. We're still here, so we could add in seating. Let's look for a nice design chair for this area. Maybe this one will be good enough. So CM, and then here we have this one. I want it to be a little bit angled. I'm looking for an angled object or family that we have, and why not use this to angle it? So I'm gonna use that. It angle. I just hover on this area while holding this, and then spacebar, and then now it's angled. It's angled perfectly. I like the angle, so I'm just gonna click it right there. And then in this area, we could add in maybe just a side table. So load, and then go back here. Let's go table, and then we have nightstand. Open CM to place it right about here, and then let's add in a table light. So let's load, go back to the main again, and then let's go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then let's load one of the table lamps right here. So I'm gonna use this, or yeah, I'm gonna use this CM. So now we don't know the offset or the height of the table yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click it right here, and then we're gonna fix it by just moving this section right here. So it's basically a fast way of knowing or changing the height of the object. So here I'm gonna click it, and you will see it will disappear because basically the side table is higher than the ones, because this one will be placed on level 1. So I'm gonna click that. It's already there. And then now to fix that immediately, I'm gonna move this one so that everything is focused on everything is viewed from the section. And then now I'm gonna go to my section that we did earlier. You can manually select this. So click on tab, select that, use your arrow key to pull it up, or what you can do is AL, align, click it from the top here and then from the bottom. Now it's basically at the top right now. So that's a quick fix, and then now if you select that, you will know that the proper height from the elevation from level 1, which is right here where we place it, is 762. So that's good. So now it's looking good right here. We could add in a floor lamp on this side now. Load family and look for floor lamp, and then I'm gonna use this. Well, click open, CM, and then I want it to be on a different angle, so I'm gonna click on spacebar right about here. It's still going 90 degrees, so I'm gonna use this now instead. There we go. I want it to be angled like this. If you want to do it manually, you can select that, click on rotate. You can even place the rotation point right here, and then now you can manually rotate it. So that's how you can do it as well, if you wanted to do it fast. Okay, and then let's continue here, and the last thing we're gonna do here before we finish is to add the stairs. So it will be right here under the D line or grid line. So I want to place it right about here. So let's go back to architecture and then click on stairs. So now I want it to be from level 1 to level 2. So that's the perfect default. So, but I want my desired numbers of riser to be just around probably 12 or 14. So let's do 14, 7 each. Press OK with that. And then now, if we zoom in, we can start adding our run. So here you can see that it is showing you the number of riser you created and how many is remaining. So we said that it will be 14, so 7 each. So now I created 7. It's telling me that 7 riser are created, 7 remaining. So that's perfect. I'm gonna click on that. So it's gonna finish like that. And then now what we need to do is just move it slightly around this part. It doesn't matter if it's too much or too low, but we could basically edit that. So for me, just estimate the default one will be 1000 for the width. So now I'm just gonna estimate it. It's probably there's gonna be a little bit of gap here, so that's fine. So I'm just estimating right now, and then I'm going to click again. It will create my landing as well, the turn, and then now right here the finish. What I usually do is I click on finish first. The reason for that is I don't want to ruin anything. And then now I could just use my arrow key to move it around. You can see that there is dash lines indicating where is your railings and what you have right there. So here, this is perfect enough for me. Now I could just move this one back to make everything expand a little bit. Because for me, I was just estimating everything like that. So I have my my living area here, my family area, and then my dining area right here. So everything is looking good. Now, if you don't want the big gap right here, we could basically edit that. So now what we could do is we could move this one right there. Now we know that this is 1000, and then now we need to make this one 1000 again. So now it will fall back like that. We just need to make sure that everything is 1000 so that at least we maintain like that. So we'll maintain the 1000. Now this is looking good. I'm satisfied to what we've done. We can now click on finish, and then it's up to you now to edit it from here. We just add the basic, and then I think that's good enough. And then here we could just nudge in place whatever we want. We could push it back right here. We could rotate it. We could edit this table. Now we know that how to edit families and everything like that. So it's up to you to decide. I'm just giving you guys some blueprints on how to do it the default way, and then it's up to you to change everything that you want in this kind of design. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the furniture. We even added the stairs and then the entertainment area. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add floor onto our level 1 or first floor. So here we're here at architecture, and then now click on floor, and then from here we could edit type and then duplicate, and then here we could set floor number 1. So name it floor number 1. Click on edit to change the thickness. I want all floors to be 200 millimeters. So I'm gonna set it like that, and then click on this layer, which is the material. From here, I'm gonna change this to a stone finish. So I'm gonna go here and then look for stone, and I could use one of this. So I'm just gonna use this, polish, apply, okay, and then okay. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on pick lines, and then from here I'm going to click on the interior face of the wall. The reason that I'm doing this because I don't want anything to be seen at the outside part of this wall, because once we go to Twinmotion it will keep on flickering because there's an overlapping of models right here. So that's one of the reason, but usually floors are connected to the core of the wall, meaning the foundation, the hard part of the wall. So it depends on the structure of the wall, because in North America our wall are consist of wood framings and those kind of stuff. Some parts of the country, or some parts of like for example Europe or tropical countries, most of the time it's solid concrete. So now here I'm just to be safe, so that once we go into Twinmotion everything is not flickering and nothing is overlapping. So here we're just going to put everything like that. So if you want to be advanced, and then if you want to change some of the floors in this area, you can do so. So here I'm gonna click on finish, and then now it's on level 1. I want to show you how you can quickly change the flooring For example, if you want to change the flooring into the powder room, just for an example, so that you can do it only if you want to. What you can do is you could do it, go over here. So for example, you can go over here and set it up as another floor. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around this, and join. So this is the hard part though. So you're gonna set another floor and then another floor again for this spot, which will be kind of hard, but most of the time it's a proper way, because if you select the floor again, and if you do a construction, you can edit all the materials right here, from the exterior part to the interior part of the floor. So you can set that as concrete, and then you can put tiles, those kind of materials. Here you can do tiling as well, so whatever you want as your material. But actually there is a fast way of just changing the face of it. So I'm just gonna undo what I did. So this is still a completely just one floor. So now I just undo it, and then I'm gonna show you guys what I usually do to just make it fast for the design phase only. So click on modify. I'm gonna use split face because we're just going to edit the face of it. And then after that, I'm gonna use my line. So every time you see this yellow line right here, it's not that visual, but you can still see it. You can see that there's difference there. What you need to do is, that's the end or the boundary of this face. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here, click there, click there, click there, and then just click right here, because this is the edge. We don't need to go over, or else it will show a warning sign. So now if I click there, I could click finish. I'm gonna change this to a different shade, or consistent color, or realistic, just to see that now I can select only on this one. Now to change material only for this area, we can now click on paint, and then from paint, let's choose something. So here we could choose this, the tile, and then click right there. You can obviously see that it changed from this one to this one. But if we see on 3D, it only changed the face of that, not the whole thing. Okay? So if we go down, it's still this material. But as you can see, it highlights where the materials is. The meaning, the one that I'm telling you guys is the face is basically for this one, we have multiple face. We have this face, which is what we're seeing, and then the face on the other side, or the sides. This is one face, this is one face, and then we have this face as well. So How about this one? We have one face right here, one face at the back, on the sides, and below. Those are the faces of one of this wall. And then we also have it right here. So we're just editing one face of this floor, which is this face. Okay, so now hopefully I explained it properly and clear enough that you can understand. So that's how you can edit a material by using this method. It's the easiest way of doing that. You don't need to keep on adding different floors for each of one of this. You can just use the face material, split face material. So even here, or even in the kitchen, you can change the materials from here, which I'm gonna do again. I want to change the materials from here. So I'm gonna click on split face, select the flooring. I'm gonna change this so that everybody can see. Select here. This is the boundary. I think hidden line is better. This is the boundary. I'm not gonna touch, or I'm not gonna put anything from the boundary lines. So don't put any lines from there. And then here. So now we can create or add different materials on this. So as you can see, I didn't put any line onto the yellow line or boundary lines. Only onto this line here, telling Revit that this is the only thing that I want to split. And then click finish. And then now go to realistic, and then here I'm just changing it to realistic so that I can show you. Once we click on paint, add in a different material, which is maybe, usually we could put tiling here, but let's put in what should I put? So we put this one, vinyl ceramic tiles. There we go. So we have a ceramic tiles, and this is the vinyl composite tiles. So at least I could show you guys that this is all changed. Okay. So I'm happy with what we changed there. And then now, what I want to focus is adding the doors. So I want to go to architecture, and then go to insert, because if we click the door right now, which is DR short form, we have the basic door that we have here, but this door doesn't have the knob or the leveler for the doorknobs. So that's why I don't like adding this. And plus it looks very simple. So I'm going to insert load family, go back to the main, go to doors, residential, and then here I like to add this one for the entrance. Click on open. I usually just put 1500 by 2000. Press OK. And then after that, we can add it right here. You can type in DR if it didn't appear, but you can just add it like that. So I'm happy with this. Now let's add in the basic door that we're gonna use that has a knob. So still under residential, I'm gonna use this single, or we could see a different look. We have the basic right there. So I'm gonna use this. I haven't used this 5 panel. What I usually do is I load all of them, because as you can see, we have a closet right here. We could use a door if we want to, or a sliding. But now I'm just gonna load everything. Press OK. It's just saying that you're loading all of them. Do you want to continue? Yes, I am. And then door, it started with 300, which is very small. So now I'm gonna put around 750 by 2000. 2000 because I want to maintain the height that we have here. It's also 2000. So I'm just gonna use that 750 by 2000. I want to add a door right here so that we have access to the laundry. So here I'm just gonna add it right there. And then let's add a door from the outside as well, because I will have a small walkway right here going outside here, but it will be gated as well. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add it there. I'm also gonna add a door right here. So I'm gonna add it for our powder room. And then we're going to add a different door, which I will provide on the part 1 of this video. So check part 1 description. So I'm gonna add, it's either a sliding door right here, and then these are all windows, and we could add windows right here as well to showcase our kitchen. So I want to press escape and then escape again. So here is the name that of the sliding door that I'm gonna add. So I'm just going to drop it right here, and it will upgrade. So just look for that sliding door. I'm gonna provide 2 links. One is for the regular Revit blocks that are provided by Revit, and then the second link is for the Revit blocks that I use here that are extra. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click it right here, and then from here I'm gonna edit. So I know it's gonna be difficult, but I'm gonna click on door. I'm gonna add it from here for now, because this is the biggest wall that we have. I don't know if we could edit from here, so I'm just gonna edit from here for now. I want to see our width here. So I'm just gonna add, so it's gonna be 4755. So I'm going to put a 4700 so that it will be nicely tucked here. So this sliding door, I don't want any inset on either dimension, so 0. I'm going to edit. So edit type. So sliding door height, I'm going to maintain the 2800 because I want it to be floor to ceiling. And then the width of the sliding door, so I want it to be, I think 4700 with a 5500 remaining. And then now I don't want any gap right here. 0 0 and then 0. click apply. Make sure this is checked so that everything is symmetric. And then here, press escape, click here again, and then pick a new host. So we could just change it from here. Now we could just click it right here, and then use our arrow key to move it around. And then if you want to make it open, you could just click here, check handle as well, and then the symbol. So now this is open, and in order for us to see everything, make sure that it is unfined. So the handle is there. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna delete this. We don't need that anymore. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up adding all the furniture, and then we added the stairs, the door, and then the sliding door right here. And then I show you guys how to add in materials and to use split face and then adding the paint. So now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to focus on finishing the kitchen. So here we still have our section. If you want to add the section, you could click this icon and then you'll be able to add a section. Now I'm gonna put this section right about here, and then I'm going to flip it so that the view depth is showing on this side. After that, let's click on architecture and then click on component. Sorry, go back and then just click on drop down and then click on model in plate. So we're going to add a generic model and then press OK, and then you could just leave it on this name. And then here we're going to create an extrusion, and then we're going to set this on the level 1 floor. So here level 1, it's already set because our view is like this. So now I'm gonna use rectangle, and I'm just going to put a rectangle like this. We can move this so that we could put the fridge on this side. So here I'm going to add the rectangles like so, and I want to make sure that we have at least 600 to 700 of depth. So let's make this one 700 at least, because we have a lot of room to cover. And then here, let's move this one. I probably want it to be, I want my fridge to be big enough. So maybe 3000 is good enough, so that we have enough room for our fridge right here. And then it's just gonna be linear. What we could do is we could make it an L shape if we want to, but that's for you to decide if you want to do that. We can even do that, but what I'm thinking of is we could add an L shape, and from the L shape we could add the stove and or the oven, convection oven, and those kind of stuff. So yes, let's add the L shape right here. we can even push this one back, so you could feel free to go over there. So here 700 as well, and then let's remove this TR, so that's trim and extend, and then here let's just have one of the, there we go. So once we're good with this, what we can do is click here, and then I want it to be up to 900. So the height will be, or extrusion part will be 900, and then here we're going to change this to a wood finish. So let's go here and wood finish. I'm gonna put birch semi-gloss. Apply, okay, and then let's click finish, and then finish. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here, or click on the wall opening, and then we could just push this one back, because I know this is too big for the opening. So I'm just gonna push this, and then make sure that you have an ample room for this. So I think that's good enough. So now if we check it out on our 3D, it will look like a box like that. What we could do now is we could select so that we could visualize what we have, and then I'm planning to add, obviously we need to add kick plate right here, and then also what we're gonna do is I'm actually going to push this back more, because I'm going to add a case for the fridge, and also I'm gonna add a case for the combo convection oven and microwave. So now let's go back to level 1. I'm gonna push this one back, so we have room here to put in the casing. If we want, we could insert it now so that we could visualize the sizing. So that's a good idea. If you don't know the size, there's always pre-made Revit families that we could use to just do some sizing. So go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range. So now we have a fridge here. So I'm gonna do is add this kind of fridge, click open, and then CM, spacebar to change orientation, and as you can see, we don't have enough room, so now we could just push this back. That's why it's easy to use in place, model in place, because it's easy to manipulate. So here we're just going to use this as, so I don't want to show the label, so I'm gonna uncheck that. And then here we're just gonna use this for spacing, but we're still gonna use this now. I don't want to change this anymore, but now at least we can put in the case, and then here we need to load that family. So I think it will be on the other side. So let's go back here and go to high end. I think it's one of here. So this one, oven built in double convection. So click on open CM. Let's add the oven right about, I think this is good enough right here. We could put this one so that it's sticking out of the 700. So at least now we know the idea. And then we could put the casing right about here and we're good. So click on here. I don't want to show the label. Uncheck this one. Apply, okay. And then once we create a casing, it will be right about here. So AL, and then I'm just aligning it properly. And then we could see how it looks. We could put it up a little bit. So elevation on level probably 200, or no, that's too low. Around 400 will be good. And we could even do it higher if we want to. So we could estimate that later on. So I'll make it 600 now. So I think that's good enough. And then we could put cabinetries below as well. So if we're gonna do that, maybe we could just use this one as a case as well, and then add another casing right above. So let's go to level 1. I'm going to add in another section so that we could visualize the other side. You just need to flip this, select this one on the stem, flip it, look for the flip icon right here, and then let's double click here. So what I was thinking is we could do the things that we did earlier, move this one a little bit right there, and then let's just push this up. So we have the same cabinetries right here, and then we have a different cabinet that is enclosing this spot. So we could actually do that instead. So I'm just gonna use align AL to align the bottom, and then if we see it, it will look like that. Now this one is part of everything, and we have to remember that we're going to add a top here, so we need to change the height again for this one. So we could add in 925. Why 925 is because the 25 is for the top. So I'm just thinking further. So I know that there's gonna be top, and then we could just put it exactly where it is. And then we're gonna put casing. Now what I'm gonna do is let's select this one again, edit in place, because I want to add the void right here. So here I'm gonna click on void, and then let's void sweep. Let's pick the path first. So I'm gonna pick this path and then this path, because this is just an L shape. So click on finish, and then go back to profile or the sweep. Just click this one so that to show this, and then edit profile, and then here we're going to create just the kick plate portion. So I'm gonna use rectangle and just add this one right here. So the height around 100 and the depth is around 80 will be good. And then after that, click finish, go back again, click finish, and then before you click finish again, cut geometry, and then after that it was cut, and then click finish again. So that's good. So now I want to add the casing for both of this so that we could just do that right away, and we can see all of our offsets, and then the casing will at least look finished for this, even though we still need to add the top and then the cabinet doors and those kind of stuff. So now let's go to level 1, and then here we have our section 1. So I'm going to open section 1. I'm going to add our opening right here, or like our casing. So let's go back to architecture and then drop down and then model in place. It will be another generic model, and then extrusion, pick a plane. We need to choose this plane, which is the wall right here, and then once we do that, we could now select rectangle, and then let's add a rectangle like so. I want to make sure that I want to give some gap at the top, because we have 200 from the floor going down. So we could put this one above about 2800, and then let's align this properly. And then after that, let's create or click on rectangle again and add a rectangle around here. And then after that, delete this, type in SL, that's split element, TR, trim and extend, and then click finish. And then we could go to 3D view, and then we could adjust how it is extruded, or the amount that it's extruded. So we could actually go to level 1 to see it. So here we could just push it back. We could use align to push it back a little bit more. For this instant, it's not grabbing this line. So now we could just manually do it. I think that's good enough. And then now let's create something right here. So we need to go to this section, which is section 2. Now we're gonna do the same by going to architecture. But before we do that, actually I just want to double check if we set up the material here. So I'm gonna select here, and as you can see, the materials is the same material that we have onto the base cabinet. So we need to change that in order for us to set a different materials in Twinmotion. I'm gonna choose a stone here. So let's go to stone, and then maybe we could use this one, filled stone, apply, OK, and then finish. Then let's go to section 2, and we do the same thing. For this one, we might change not the materials, but I think semi-gloss should be used. But I'm thinking maybe we have to change that as well, because, or we need to use stone because there's a lot of heat that will be generated for this. So at least a different material will be good. Then again, there are different kinds of materials that it will look like wood as well. So maybe we should stick to semi-gloss for now, and then later on we could figure it out. So now let's go back, click here, model in place, click on generic model. This will be generic model number 3. Click on extrusion. We need to pick a plane. So set, pick a plane. We need to select this wall. as it's plain. Click on extrusion, and then now let's just add this, and then once we add that, we need to create another one. Same thing again, we need to have the height to be at exactly 200 from above. And then I want to at least have the same distance from here. So this is, let's make this one 110. And then this one as well, 110. So everything is uniform. Delete this. TR, trim and extend right here. Trim it right here. No, not yet. SL first. TR here. And then trim here. Trim here. Now we're good. Semi-gloss blurge, that's fine. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. Now it's looking like this. We need to push this back a little bit, so let's go to level 1 and let's push this enough, like that. I think that's perfect. We have this one looking like this. I think it's better if we have wood below as well, or we could just flush everything off. So what I'm gonna do is let's add in the top first for this one, so that we could see, or we could view what it looks like, and then from there we could judge if we're going to make this one whole area and then this one to be like that. So select this one again, add it in place. Let's go to level 1, and then here we're going to create another one for the top. Extrusion, we're going to start at 900 because this height is up to 900. So 900, and now the extrusion end should be 925 because we're just going to add a 25 thickness. Now this will be stone. So I'm gonna use marble. Click apply, okay. And then now we just need to pick the lines. So use this, pick line, and then we could just go around like so. Now we just need to click finish, and then click finish again. Let's see how it looks. So it looks weird knowing that this is not flush enough. So now that's what I'm planning to do, is to just move this one back, make it all flush and look nice. It will look nicer. So now I'm gonna grab this and then I'm gonna pull this back, making sure that I'm pulling back only this. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is we're going to grab this and push this one all the way down. So we could use actually align AL, click the face right here. So now let's select this and then select this, and then I'm gonna select here and then select here so that everything is flushed. And then here I'm going to select this face and then this face right here. and then now AL, the bottom here, and then the bottom right there. So now it will look like that. And then AL, the face right here, and then the face on the other side. So it will look like that. And then just to double check, let's go to level 2. I want to actually add or to change this a little bit. So edit, edit extrusion. I believe I want it to be more above now. So I'm gonna click on finish that, undo this. So I want it to be above that now, because we have some space and it looks much better. And then let's just edit this. Click here and then edit extrusion. Now we could just use align AL to click that and right there. So that's fixed. And then here as well, we need to fix. So now instead of this one, we could just use an align. I want it to be around right here. So now TR, trim and extend right here, and then delete just one of this, and then just trim it and extend, and then click finish. And if we see it, it looks much better. And then all around, we're gonna add in some decorative pieces and the door here, hinge door. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start our kitchen, and then now we have this. We added this casing for the fridge and then the convection oven. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna add right here is the sink. So because we're gonna add a sink there, we need to add it from level 1 first, and then let's look for our sink, going to our insert, load family, and then now we could go and look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then here we have some sink, and then we have kitchen sinks right here. We could use the double if we want to, or the triple. I believe we have enough room, so we could do a double right here. So click open, CM, and then here you click your space bar, and then we can rotate it from here. So I'm just gonna add it right about there, and then here we could put it up to 925, because we know the height or the total height of that. So now that we added there, we can now double click here under our, and then here we could adjust this now, AL. So now it's right there. If we go to our 3D, as you can see, we need to create a void extrusion around here. So to do that, we're going to click back this base, edit in place, and then now we could click create void form and then void extrusion. Once we click that, we could go now to level 1, and then we need to set it. Let's set this one to pick a plane, because I know we could set it up from the top right here. So I set it from the top. Now we need to create a rectangle in order for us to have a void form right around here. As you can see, I always move it a bit at the edge so that everything is being shown. So now I will click on finish, go to 3D to see it much better, and then I could extend it from right here. And then we need to click cut geometry, select this, and select the void. So let's do that again. Press escape, look for the void form. It's hard to see it right here, but maybe we could see it from right here. We can even go over. So cut geometry, so we just need to click finish, and it's still not showing because we need to edit again. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the view so that it's basically visible in some ways. Select that and then select the top. There we go. So now you just need to show, or you just need to click. So once you click on cut geometry, you will need to select the void extrusion first, and then after the top here. So now if we go back, you will be able to see that we have done the cut geometry properly, and it's still showing like that. So that's fine enough. It doesn't concern me. It's not something that is gonna be visible into Twinmotion, so I'm happy with this. Now I just want to do the casing from this side. What we could do is we could create the case from level 1, and then we could extrude it in place, and then after that we could create the doors for those. So now let's go back to level 1, which is right here, and then we're going to click on model in place and then generic model. Press OK. Create your extrusion. I'm gonna use this, and then I'm just gonna use, we're gonna create an rectangles like this. So TR, trim and extend right here, and then delete anything that is over, and then we could set up around 500, or that's too much, so 450 is good enough. 450, and then once we're good, what we could do is we could change the material. I'm gonna set up a different wood finish. I'm gonna use Douglas fir. Apply OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D view so that we can expand this right here. So depending on how and what height we want, so it's easy to manipulate. So at the top here we could add in something. so that it's not overly at the top there. And I think it's good enough. We could go to our section and then we could review how it looks. I think that's good enough. The height of the fridge, the peephole, and then now we could just click finish. Check it out. That looks fine. And then we just need to add in a boolean at the top. So now let's go back and add in a model in place. Generic model. And then add another extrusion. This will be the boolean at the top there. TR, trim and extend again. And then different material. Another wood. Let's use this. Apply, OK. Click finish. Go back to 3D so that you can manually put it up and pull this up. And then my trick is AL. Align it from the top right here, and then AL again from the top, and then from the bottom of that. And then now it looks much better. We can even align it from this side to this side, and then this side to that side. So we could do those. This is basically align it. This one is not, because the fridge is too wide from there. But I like the look. I can click finish and I'm happy with that. Another thing is we could add is the backsplash. So I think that's a good idea, because I know once we have all of this, it's easier to add in the design for this. So even the base door and then the top cabinet doors. So might as well let's add in from level 1. I think it's easier to do this and then just manually put it up, and using align, it's easier to align everything. So go back to architecture, click in component, model in place, generic model. This will be generic model number 1, extrusion, and then here create a rectangle, but this will be very thin. So right now I'm just doing is selecting that. This will be just 10. This one as well will be 10 for the thickness. What we could do is we could just put this one at 1000, and this is from 925. So at least it's above that, and then just change this to one of the stone tiles, or if we have tiling here, let's use this. Apply, OK. Click finish. Go to 3D to manually put it up. Here is the arrow that we could grab, and then now we could just move it up there. AL, select this base, and then now select this base. and then instantly you have everything from the bottom to the top there. So that looks good. At least you can see, you can visualize. Probably I'm gonna put in a subwhale tile right here, similar to this design or whatever, but at least you know that it will look better if we have a backsplash. So click finish. I'm happy with that. Before we create the island with the stove, we need to finish up this so that we could use the section properly, because if we create the island now, it will just be on our way, in our way. So it's easier to do this first before we do anything further. But always remember to keep on saving your project just in case Revit crash. So now to start right here, we could go and go to our section. So basically this is the one that is facing right here. Go to section 1. Now it's facing this way, and we're going to add cabinets at the top and cabinets at the bottom. As you remember, they have different depth, so you will need to set different depths for those. So now let's start with the top. As you know, it's an L shape. If we go to 3D, the view that we're seeing is from here, so this space is not visible. So I know it's tricky, but this is something that we need to think about. I know it's not gonna be all the way at the edge, so we need to create something right here. Let's be creative and do something about the corner right here. Okay, so now let's start at the top there. So go to section 1, and then we could manually see what we're seeing there. So I'm just gonna add in a panel, like a 90-degree panel, just to change it a bit. So now let's go to architecture, click component, model in place, and then let's look for generic model, and then model. Press OK. Click on extrusion, pick a plane. This is very important part. Press OK, and then we need to select this panel, which is that highlighted part. So once you click that, we will create the rectangle that has an offset of 10. So now I click on the corner, but because we have an offset, we need that offset to be from the inside. So I'm gonna click on my spacebar for that to go on the other side. So now here I'm gonna click on this corner right there, and then like I said, we will deal with the corner later on. So now I want to add something right here, so I'm gonna find in the midpoint. So roughly around here is the midpoint. So I'm gonna add, so make sure this is 90. So let's look at it again. So right about here, so that's the 90-degree midpoint, and then we could add in something like this half, and then this half again, and then I'm good with this. We could add in one more right here, probably a small one. If we check the distance, around 520, and this one is 500. So let's maintain the 500 and then 500 right here. Okay, so that's good. Click on pick line, and then offset is 10 again. So we need to add a gap, and then now SL, split element. So we need to split that right there. Split that. And then now TR, that's trim and extend. We need to clean up everything. So make sure you trim and extend all of those. Okay, now we're gonna start at 0 here, and then the extrusion end is 20. No, actually it's just 10. I want to be extruded only 10 for that. And then here we're going to change the material. I forgot the material that we used for the top. Maybe it's still here, one of the wood material. I remember it's one of those gluten something. So this one, I remember we put it at the top there, top material. So now here we could click on finish, and then we have something that looks like here. This is actually a different material. Let me double check. Douglas fir. So I'm gonna copy that and then just click cancel, and then here I'm just gonna use this one to edit in place. Select that and then change this to Douglas fir. Click finish. And then here I'm just going to manually add that right there. So we can even just do it like that, but for now let's deal with that. So all cabinet right there, and then let's do the one for below before we continue on the side. I want to double check what we used right here for the below. So birch semi-gloss, so let's use that as well. So now I'm going to create a model in place, generic model, press OK, click on extrusion, pick a plane, which is this plane. This is a very important part, and then click on rectangle. We need to offset this to 10, and then same corner, spacebar, and then corner again. The spacebar is just to change the from the inside to the outside, or outside to the inside. Here Douglas fir, or sorry, birch semi-gloss, same material as the base case. And then here we could have the same line. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the same line that we have. So I'm gonna keep on adding lines like so. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna make multiple. So I'm gonna check that. So now I'm just gonna go align AL. Then align it here, and then right here. Then SL again, split element, the one at the top. For this part, we're going to we're not just gonna add basically a hinge door. We're going to add a drawer as well. So for now, we're gonna do this. Once we finish, we're going to edit. So here, we're just gonna click finish. We want to make sure that it's only 10. And we have our cabinets right there. It's not finished, but we're gonna add in more later on. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to do some of the cabinets. As you can see, we have the cabinets right here, and we also have a cabinet on this side. Now we're going to continue by going to level 1, and then here we're going to double click on the section number 2. So double click here, and then now we could have, or we could create one right here and one right here. So now we could actually copy this one. So edit this, not copy, but we could edit this, and we could add, keep on adding from here, because this is the same material. And then we could just click on extrusion again, and then pick this plane. So now that we click that, we can then click on the rectangle and then put 10 on the offset right here. And then let's do the corner to corner again. Space bar 4 to change the orientation going to the inside. Now this one, I believe we could just add one more. So I think that's good enough, 550, 550 each. Or we could have the spacing for the corner on this side. So I'm just gonna do it like this for now, and then click on this one to just get the midpoint, and then click here just to get the offset. 10. After that, SL, that split element, and then just click it right there, and then below, and then TR, trim and extend. Once you're done, you can click finish, and then finish again, and then let's see the look. Here we could change. This is actually, this one needs to be Douglas fir, and then this one should be Douglas fir. So that looks nice. Then we need to do the one in the bottom, and then we still need to edit this so that we could change it to drawers. So now go back to section 2, select this one, edit, and then here go to create, extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane. Once this is selected, select rectangle, and then put an offset of 10, and then click on the corner, and then spacebar to go to the inside, and then this corner right here, and then from here we just need to find the midpoint at least, and then divide it properly from there. I'm just estimating it now. Maybe we could just put this one 450, and then 450 right here, and then click pick line, and then 10 offset. And then one more right here actually, and then SL, split element, so let's finish this up first. TR to trim and extend. Before we do any of the changes for the drawer, because I think it's better to put some drawers on this side. Okay, so now this is birch semi-gloss, and then click finish and finish. That looks much better. I'm gonna put something in the middle here for the handle that we're gonna use is, I'm gonna put right here. So drawer, probably we could change this to drawer. This is hinge door on both. We could put drawer here, and then maybe drawer onto this side. So I'm gonna edit first this one, edit, select this one, and then edit extrusion, and then go to the section. So now, like I said, I'm just going to add in, I'm just estimating basically this drawers, and then we're going to add another drawer here, and then another one right here, and then I'm going to align this. I'm going to pull this one up a little bit. I'm basically eyeballing this only, and then offset this to 10. and then SL, that's split element. Okay, and then TR, trim and extend. Okay, so that's good. So this side is good. Let me see the other side, which is I'm planning to put it right here. So I'm gonna edit again, and then edit this extrusion, and then go to section 1 or section 2 actually. So now same thing, I'm going to add in some lines, and then knowing where the lines are, I'm going to align them all together. So here I'm going to add a line and a line right there. Now SL, sorry, AL first. So we're going to align it first. And then SL, and then TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then finish. Look at it in 3D, and it looks good. Now I'm gonna provide a handle, and this handle you'll be able to use this. As you can see, it's a face base, so you can add this one right here, and then you can add it right here as well. So it's a very easy to use family, and as you can see, it's easy to add and easy to orientate by using your spacebar. So I'm gonna provide this. It will be on the second link from part 1. So make sure to check part 1 description. So I'm gonna add those ones again, CM on this side now. Most of the time it's better to add it first on those sides, so that once we go to section, we'll be able to just copy those ones. So I'm gonna move this, MV to move. I'm gonna get it from the midpoint, and I'm gonna find the midpoint right this, and then move it like that. So that's my trick, so that to get it in the midpoint. This one, I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna get it from this top, and then look for the midpoint right here, and I'm just gonna put it down like that. This one, pull it like that, pull it down. AL, I want everything to align properly so that it looks much better. And then the gap, we're gonna discuss the gap. So now here, I'm gonna select that, click on copy, multiple is checked, so I could just copy it from there, and then there. So that's done. We could copy this. So hold on Control button and select those. Copy. And then we could just copy it right here. And then what we could do is we could just move this one. So I'm just estimating where it is located. For this one, estimate this one as well. Probably 60 from that side. We could do 40 right here. And then 40 right here. That looks good. Then now on this side, I want to maintain. So I'm actually gonna copy this first, and then I want to copy or align the location of this. So AL, make this one as a reference, this one as a reference as well. So now I'm happy with that. We can nudge it at the top there. AL from the bottom. Should be just 40. So I'm happy with that. And then here as well. So I'm gonna copy it and grab it from the corner. And then here, copy, put it one in the middle, AL. Let's copy this or align it from here. So I'm happy with that. Let's go to section number 2 and add this one. I want this one to be 40. And then align it with the proper height right here, and then just mirror this. I think that's the easiest way. There we go. So that's done. For this, I'm going to align it. Luckily I have something that I could check. And then here, in terms of the midpoint, I should have checked the midpoint first, and then I'm just going to align it. There we go. And then from here, just gonna copy. There we go. And then now, this one, I just need the height. And then how far it is from here. Needs to be 40. I'm going to copy this from this corner and then mirror this. So far everything's good. Looks like a kitchen now. Before we finish, I just want to deal with this corner. Like I said, I want to just place something like this on that corner. So I'm gonna use actually my extrusion, and I'm gonna pick right here, model in place, generic model, extrusion. This will be level 1. So basically I'm estimating that this is 10-inch, so 10 millimeters, and then now I'm just aligning it, and then from the gap I think this is good enough, so 10. Grab this one and then 10. So click finish, go to 3D first. I know it's below there, we need to pull it up. We need to pull it up much more in order for that to show. And then I'm going to align it from the top portion right there. AL. And then AL at the bottom. We just need to expose the bottom here so that it's easier to align it. AL. There we go. And let's just change the material to the same materials that we have there. So I think it's something G, gluten or something that we already have. I'm gonna finish it for now, and then I'm gonna double check it again so that I will know the proper. So it's actually Douglas fir, my mistake. So now edit, select that again, and then here just change it. There we go. So that looks much better. So in the next video we're gonna finish up with an island, and hopefully everything is good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we already finalized. We added some of the handles here, and then now we can continue working on the island. So let's go to level 1. And basically we're gonna add an island, kitchen island right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to architecture, click in component drop down, and then click on model in place, and then choose generic model and press OK. This will be number 10, and then here let's click on the extrusion. It will be placed on the level 1. And then here we just need to change the material. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose maybe wood. So I'm gonna choose a wood. I'm gonna choose mahogany. Click apply and then OK. And then here I'm gonna click on rectangle and then 900. And then let's add in. So I'm just estimating how big it is, how I want it to be big, and then there I'm estimating how it will look with the space. So maybe we could move this one a little bit more so that this will be the kitchen breakfast area as well. So it will be a very nice area. So I want it to be big enough. Let's put in 2400 so that to maintain that. And then this one we will have a little bit of an overhang. So I'm going to make this one probably 850 and then put an overhang and then the chairs around here, a bar stool chair. So click on finish. So we're finished on that. Click another finish and then let's see how it looks. So we have the mahogany right there. What I'm gonna do is I want to add in a flush or a waterfall effect for the top here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 1 and then I'm going to flip this. So look for the flip icon. Once you flip it, double click. This is section 1 now. That's the look. And then here, let's add in a model in place again. This will be generic model. And then let's create an extrusion. We're going to pick a plane, which will be this plane. So click on your tab in order to select different kinds. And then I'm going to put it on this. After that, click on rectangle. I want it to be add in like that, add it here, and then we're going to fix it. So 25. We're just going to maintain the 25 thickness and all around. And then now TR, trim and extend. And then delete those. TR for trim and extend again. And then delete those small ones. And then click finish and then go back to 3D so that we could manually see how it looks. So I want it to be pushed like that, and then here we could have the overhang. That looks very nice and looks modern. And then here we forgot to change the materials to a stone finish. So let's get a stone finish by going right here, and then we could use slate for now and then click finish. So that looks very nice once we set up a different materials. And then here we could actually overhang it a little bit as well, because we're going to add in the stove right here, or the cooktop. So I'm going to go back to level 1, go to insert, load family, and then go back right here to the main, and then let's go and go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. We're going to add a cooktop. We can probably do electric. Let's look for the high end if we have something. I like the look of this, so I'm probably gonna use this cooktop. And then CM, once you load it, I wanted to place it right here, and then we want to make sure that it's exactly at the top there. So we could go to section 1, and that's good because we can see that is flush right there. I just want to push it a little bit upwards there so that it's not showing where we put an overhang here. I don't want the label as well, so let's click on edit type and then uncheck show label and then apply and then OK. Now it's looking good. I would like to center it, and then click load family again, and I want the center range. So the hood range, click open, CM, and then let's add in the vent hood right about here. So that's perfect. Click there, uncheck the show label. I don't like the label showing. And then go back to section 1, and then here we could manually pull it up like so, knowing that so right about here, or we could align it on the top of this, knowing that that's a maximum height that we could do, because under here will be the floor. So I'm happy with that. Let's go to 3D to see what it looks. We need to change this to fine in order for the grill to show up. So there are certain details that you need to change in order to appear. So obviously the fine detail is the best one. So now let's go back and then just add in some chairs. So go back to the main, go to furniture again, seating, and then let's look for the chair corresponding to this. I usually just add this chair even though it's not the bar height chair, but for now, just to represent what we're trying to do, is I'm going to add that one, and then I'm gonna keep on adding it until we could put at least 4, and then just move this one around so that we could have a proper spacing. And that looks good. We can do better with the height. So probably, yeah, this is something that you need to edit right here. So if you want to make it bigger, let's go to front and then just stretch all of this. So we need to, I'm selecting all of that, and then see, I'm just stretching them all the way up. And we want to make sure to just stretch this part. So that's the only problem we have, is it's not stretching enough, and everything is doesn't look good. So I'm just gonna undo that. This is a chair that is not something that easy to edit. So we're just gonna leave it like that. And then if you find something that looks proper and easy to change with a simple like that, edit and whatever, just use that. But for now, just to represent what we're trying to do, that's good enough. And also, so I believe we're actually finished, but I just noticed that we forgot to at least add in some panelings here. So let's go here, and then let's actually go to our section 2. And then here, I could edit. I just want to know, so birch semi-gloss. And then from here, we could actually use this one as well. Edit, create, extrusion, pick plane. I'm going to use this plane. And then here, click rectangle 10. I'm going to add this corner right here. There we go. And then here, just 10. And then change the material. So that's one panel. I'm going to add all of the panels instantly, so that we don't need to come back again and finish this. And then here, gonna go here, and then here as well. I'm gonna do this, and then click finish, and then finish. So now at least it looks good enough, and we have those separation. So I think we finished the kitchen. Now I just want to add in the deck around here. So now that we finish here, we could add in the deck. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then this one, floor number 1, we're going to change that to floor number 2. Change the material. I think 200 is good enough. And then this one should be a wood material. It's just a simple deck. And then let's just use pine. It looks nice. But obviously we will have a wooden plank there. So I'm gonna do this. I'm just going to add this deck right here, and then we have greeneries, and we also have, we could add in a jacuzzi area here if we want to, or a fountain. So for now, I'm going to add this floor right here, and then if we check, it will look like that. I'm going to edit this. I just want everything to be connected, not over but connected. So I want to connect the flooring here to this flooring. So that's good. So we have that flooring, and then we could do more later. What we could do now is add in some of the windows. So go back to architecture, click on wall, and we have to change this to a curtain wall. So now that we have curtain wall right here, we could add it right about here. Spacebar, I want mine to be from the inside. So mullions will be there and everything will be placed there. This one as well, I want it to be from the inside and I want it to be all the way. We can put a window right here as well. So click on window or wall. And then here we could add a window right here and then a window right about here. Okay. I want to add a credenza right here, so I'm going back to insert load family, go back here to storage, and then we have a credenza. Click that, CM, and then let's add a credenza over here for our entrance. So that looks good. AL, just to align it to the wall. So now when you enter, at least you have something right here. You can put a mirror, key holders, and then we have our stuff here. And then now we could put a mirror here if we want to as well, but I'm still thinking if we should. For now, let's just leave it like that. You have enough windows on this side. So what you need to go do now is go to modify, click on cut geometry. You will need to select the wall first and then the window or the curtain wall. So wall and then the curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, and just like that, you're done. You can manually change this so that at least you're still showing some wall. It's not completely flush. So it's up to you. For me, I like to give something like that. Not a complete one, but just like that, it's good enough. Actually, instead here we could put into seating. So go back to seating and then use this chair, Corbo, CM, and then let's add this one instead of that one single one. So that's good. Let's go to 3D and see what it looks like. I want to add a window here at least. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back and add curtain wall right about here. Spacebar. I want it to be like that. And then here where the washroom is, I want to showcase that as well. And then cut geometry. So now let's go back to 3D, and usually I set up the height. I just manually do this, top offset. So instead, negative 400. So now that I have negative 400 from the top, I'm gonna use AL, so align, and then put everything at that same height. And then it varies now from below. So now everything is like that. We can even change this as well so that everything is proper. This one, sliding door height, let's make it 2600. At least it's close enough. And then from here I want it to be just a little bit from above. Still want to show that it's like floor to ceiling on this side and this side, but I just don't want it to be too much, so I'm adding those. This one we need to pull it up, and then this one as well. So I'm gonna manually put it up like that. AL. We might change this one later. This is the front one, so we might change it later, but it's up to us. And then here I just want it to be just like that, not too high, just good enough that we added. And then maybe this one is, this height is good. So I'm gonna maintain this. And why not, let's add something on this side as well. So CS, and then cut geometry. And then let's go to 3D, and then we set it up at the same height like that. So that looks perfect. Before we finish, I want to load off a door for this. So let's go back to doors, residential, so this sliding door, click open. I'm gonna add all of them, and then the door, I know this is too much, so what I'm gonna do is click this, add it here first, select this, edit, duplicate, probably going to put this one as 800. Press OK, and then just change 800 here. So we basically created a small one for us. So CS, select that CS, and then we have our closet right here with the sliding door. And then now we need to go to annotate, detailed line, and then change this thin line to demolish so that we have dash line, and then add those dash line to represent the rod. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, as you can see, we finished the kitchen and we started adding the windows. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now I'm gonna focus on this. So click on architecture, and then I'm gonna add in some curtain grid. So with the curtain grid, it will divide these panels like so, and then here we could add somewhat 3 of them. So I'm just checking how it looks. I don't like the look right here, so I'm gonna delete that and then try to provide the 3 equal units. So I think you need to hover below so that you could have that. And then here as well, we could just put it above like that, and then divide by 3. We can see, and then I'm happy with that. I'm gonna choose the mullion now, so it's still under architecture. Click on mullion, and then for this one, this side, I don't want to add the mullions in between. I just want the look of the separation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the grid line. Instead of 50 by 150, I'm gonna change this to 50 by 65. I think that's more than enough. So I'm just adding it from the edge, not in between. So there we go. Something different that I'm gonna do. And then here, I'm gonna click on all grids now. And then just select those, even here, and here, and there. So just to change a little bit so that it will have a clean look. And then here, I just noticed that the inside is white and the outside is black. So I'm going to change that. I want everything to be uniform. So I want it to be black. Material handle to be like this. That's PVC material. I think that's good enough. So there you go. Everything is black now. And then I just want to fix this one. I just need to delete this. And then I want to make this one beautiful. So instead, I want a glass. So actually, I'm gonna undo this. I'm going to edit path. I'm going to delete this one at the back right here. Click finish. So let me check with, I think the best one should be just deleting all of the railing. I'm going to edit this. So instead, I want my stringer we could edit the stringer right here. I want it to be glass, so let's look for a glass material. I'm gonna use this. And then the depth and run is something that we need to change. So 25, and then the total depth is around 900. And then let's copy this because this is for the left stringer or the right stringer. Or if we change that, I think that's the profile. So I think we're good with this. Now it looks like this. This is still glass, so that will look much better. Edit this again. Cut marks, I don't want zigzag. We don't want none. So landing, so run type, we can change the materials for the those now, so that everything looks much better. I want it to have a mid support, function interior mid support, check that one. Width is 50, total depth, this one structural depth, make it 600, 300. And then I don't want risers. So here, uncheck this, apply. So now it looks like this. And then the landing. So the landing, same as run, no, because we want the thickness to be going below. So the tread thickness probably 900, because we need to change that again. Then the material, let's put something concrete for now. This is probably 1200. Apply, OK. Because what we need to do is we need to have, so I'm gonna undo that. Basically that's too much. So we're just going to do 100 or 200. Apply, OK. And then the thickness, because I still want to show that it's opened. So we could just do 100. And that still looks good. I think I'm just gonna leave like that for now. We want to make sure that everything is changed in terms of materials. So like that. Even the landing. Uncheck that. And then the thickness here should be changed. This is supposed to be the one that I have to do, but for some reason, so I need this one to be all the way down. but because of this stringer it's not looking nice. So I just need to uncheck that, and then we could just manually add an extrusion going down. So we could do that as well. In terms of the material, I think wood is the best one. So instead of this, we could add in mahogany or oak. So as you can see, it looks nice. And then that looks much better. So now, before we go to level 2, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around and put in the flooring for outside. So I'm gonna go to ground floor and then go to architecture, click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 3 and with the grass. So I'm gonna type in grass here. Apply, okay, okay. Obviously, I want to put grass around. And then also, I want to add something right here. But usually, I add grass and then I'm gonna edit it from there once I add, because it's gonna be harder for you to just think or do it instantly. So might as well add the grass for now, different floor finish, and then from there you do your thing. Change whatever you want, but at least you have the base to go to. So here 1200, we're gonna add in the boundary wall. I'm still thinking if we should add a boundary wall right here at the side, but I think I'm just gonna add it right here, and then I'm gonna extend this one later on. So let's click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, knowing that this is the ground. We need to select all of the exterior to go down to ground. So here I'm going to the wall and then clicking on tab. It will usually highlight the exterior wall, which is right now all the exterior wall, and then I'm going to let the base constraint to be the ground. So it will go to ground, and just like that, it's underground. So what we're gonna do is, because this one has a 200 millimeter thickness for the deck, so that's fine. For the step, I'm going to just add a stairs right here for the main entrance. So I'm gonna go to ground, double click there. So click on stairs, and then from here I'm going to change it to level 1, top level, and then it's saying that we could only do 2. I'm gonna click on finish, and then I'm gonna see it's basically just 1. I'm going to undo this and just change it to precast, The only problem with this is instead of me manipulating the stairs, which is gonna be crazy, as you can see, it's better to just do it manually. So I'm gonna go to ground now, and then from here, let's create a model in place. So generic model, press OK, and then from here I want to change this a bit. So extrusion, change the material. I'm going to do concrete, one of the concrete right here, and then pick line, you want to make sure that all the lines are connecting. I'm just gonna do something like this. And then the easiest part here is you can basically manipulate it. So in terms of height, how high and how many you want it. I can add it like that, and then add another one on top of this. So at least we have stairs going around like that. This is only for view, so it's not something that I need to be specific to. So I just want to do it. And then trim and extend. And then this is easily can be changed as well. Go to 3D, pull it up, and then from here we could manipulate whatever we want. We could extend if we don't like it. I'm gonna extend it like that. So something like that will be good enough. So I'm happy with this. The way it wraps around the main entrance. Okay. Then let's add in the boundary wall. So go to architecture, click on wall, and then from interior wall, so here I'm just gonna change this to level 1 for now. Click here, change this to interior wall, edit type, duplicate, boundary wall. Edit type, change the material, let's add in a concrete, let's use masonry, and then I don't care first for the whatever height it is, because I'm gonna manipulate that later on. So here I'm just going to add the wall around here. And then now I could manipulate going ground floor. This is going, this is too small, that's why. Ground floor, going to level 2, that's fine. No offset. And then this one is negative, probably 800. I don't want it to be too tall. So the manipulation right here is I don't want it to be too tall, that it's not going to be seen, or my model is not going to be seen too much. So I'm just doing it like that for now. CS right here. I'm going to add the boundary walls right here. And then right here as well. So what I can do is I could link this up, and then from there let's connect it to the wall right here. So I'm going to align it actually. I want to align it from the midpoint. So AL, align it from here. And that's fine. Align it from this wall, and then just connect them. In terms of the gate, we're gonna do that later in a later video. For now, this is what it looks like. I could add in the ground for this. So another floor, edit type, duplicate, and this will be concrete again, but let's get a different concrete. Something that we haven't used yet. And then here we could just add from corner to corner, and then use this to go around it. And then obviously this is not final, so we're going to edit this one way or another. We're also going to add some concrete blocks right here as well. So I just want to showcase what it looks like from afar and go from there. Select all of this again. Base constraint should be ground floor. Now it's going down. So for now, I'm happy with what it looks, and then we're gonna continue that on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize the first floor, and also all the surroundings, even the boundary wall. What I'm just gonna do is create a boundary wall around here. So I'm just gonna type in CS, and I'm going to add the same wall as the boundary wall, so that when we see it, we have something that looks like that. So I'm happy with this, and now we could basically continue working for our second floor. So here I'm just gonna change the base offset, and then we're obviously gonna add in a gate there. So we could do that later on, but now let's focus on creating the second floor. So now that we're in level 1, let's click on level 2 under our project browser. So click level 2. Obviously we can see the one below. That's our overlay. Actually we need that so that we know the layout and where the stuff are. So if you're not seeing your underlay, you just need to go to under your properties and scroll down, and then underlay is right there. You just need to put from none to level 1 so that you can see it. The good thing about underlay is you'll be able to select the furniture, and then you can type in CS, and basically you can add it immediately like that. So for now, I want my underlay to be on level 1. It will make our life faster, especially by adding this stuff. So now we're going to use exterior wall. So here I could select the exterior wall, and by selecting that, I'm going to type in CS, and now it's live. We will be able to add those immediately. So now I'm going to add wall center line and up to level 3, which is good. So now I'm gonna click on A1 up to B1, or A2, sorry. So now we're going to go down. For now, we're gonna go and add in the exterior wall, and then after that, we're going to edit some stuff. So don't worry about that. I'm gonna provide all the details later on. But for now, go to C2 and go back here to C3, go down again to E3. So we're going to have this one overlap from the base below. And then now we have all the way right here to E1. Go up and close it off, A1 again. So now we have our exterior wall. The most important is where is the location of the stair. So right now we're going to add in interior wall. So I'm gonna select this interior wall and then CS, and then from there I'm gonna box this out so that we can have it close off. So now basically I'm just adding a wall for now. The distance will, and then we're gonna figure that out later on. So now here I have B1, and then I'm just gonna add it right there, and then we're gonna close that off. On the other side as well, we need to close it off. So for me, I'm estimating it right now, and then we're going to add a wall right here. So CS, we're going to connect it from this wall, from the exterior wall to the another exterior wall on this side. So that's added right there. And then in terms of the separation, we're going to have one wall below, just below the grid line. So here I'm going to add, and then from there it will be 760. So I'm gonna put this one, or I'm gonna move this one right there. I want this one to be 760. So just perfectly added there. So we will have 1, 2, 3, and then the masters. So we will have that. And then we're gonna close off this one. So CS, I'm going to connect it from here, and the distance for the corridor is around 1150. So 1150 right there. And then here we're going to have a washroom in between. So what I'm gonna do is, I want it to be 1900 from here. So here I'm gonna select CS, and then select this one again. I want it to be 1900. So now we have the washroom right here. I know it's small at the moment, but we're going to extend that later on. So we're gonna pull this off. So it's easy to just create the room separations first. So now this room is good, this room is good, but we're gonna take it off later on. We're gonna take off some, and then here is good. We haven't finalizing yet, so we're gonna do that as well. So now we're going to select this, and then from here CS, and then close it off. Like I said, we could select this one now. We have 2900, so that's perfect. So the distance from here to here is I like it. And then we might just extend this one. So let's extend this for now, and then we're gonna chip off some space right here. So exterior CS, we will have some space right here. So I'm going to have around 1700, and then for the distance I want it to be 2500. So like I said, 1700, and then this one is 2500. And then let's pull this out. So now we have opening right here, and then we're gonna get an interior wall CS, and then let's add something right here to connect. But first, the distance around 1100 is perfect enough for the corridor right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one CS, and let's just extend it right there and then just connect. So we have an opening here for the washroom. We have a washroom right here as well. I'm gonna pull this one back and then select here, and then for the distance around 1700 as well. So for now, select that, CS, pull it up like that, and then here you make the adjustments without connecting everything like what I'm doing. And then now TR, because this is both interior wall, so TR, TR. So if we don't put any underlay, we're gonna turn that off for now. As you can see, it looks around like this. So we have a room here. We also have a room. We have a washroom right here. Washroom. This is the washroom for the masters. And then we could extend this one to have the walk-in closet. So I'm going to just cut it off right here, and then CS, I want it to be aligned, so AL and then AL. So this is completely aligned. And then here 2900 is good. We can create an opening right here. So I'm happy with what we've accomplished here. So in order for you to see much better, I'm going to add the door. So for now it's a sliding door, but let's change it to, I think, 700 to 750 by 2000. So let's see 700. Yeah, 700 is good enough. So 700 by 2000. I'm gonna add it right there. Spacebar, I'm going to add it right here. And then here, we could add it facing like this, because we could put a closet area right here. So that's good enough space for the closet, and then the bedroom will be right here. In this one, I'm going to put it on this side, and then here we have a small space, but good enough space. So I'm gonna add it on this side, and then for the masters, I'm going to add it like that. And then here we're going to have an opening, because this is a walk-in closet. We don't need to make it open, or instead what I can see is we have the washroom right here, and then an opening for the walk-in closet on this side. So we only have this one. I'm still thinking if the washroom should be on this side and this will be the walk-in closet. Whatever we choose, I think it's much better to have the door on this side, because at least we can put an entertainment system here for the bedroom. So either way, I want this side to have enough space for the walk-in closet. So if we plan on adding it right here, that will be good. It's easier to go from the bedroom to just go to the washroom right here, and this will be the walk-in closet. So for now, I decided to just add the door right here. and then create an opening. This will be the washroom now. So here we have 1600. Let's make this one 1700. And then this will be the walk-in closet. So here I'm going to select that. Click wall opening, select one side and this side. Obviously, we could add in a door if we want to, because for sure we don't want the smell to go in. So we can undo that. Select this one, CS, and then add the door right here. So now we still have a walk-in closet here, and then we have the washroom right here. And the good thing about this is you can play around. Whatever you want, you can decide. This one is a good enough space to have for the washroom. So at least there are washroom. I'm thinking of making this washroom exclusive for this one only, because at least this two or this one can be for this space only. I'm still thinking of that, because if you think about it, this washroom can be on this side, and then this one could have its own. So we could delete this. This two can share this washroom, and then now what we could do is we could delete this or just move it. I'm going to add a door right about here. What I'm planning to do is move this one. This is an exterior wall. This is interior wall. CS. Okay, so now we have a much bigger room. This will be the door for this, and we have the door for here. I think it looks much better now. We can also divide this one for a walk-in closet as well. So either way, we did a better layout. I'm going to CS. So now this is a walk-in closet and going to the washroom. And then here, this will be an opening only. So select this wall, click opening, and then now we could make this one just an opening. So now it's a lot better in terms of how you do it. And as you know, you could just move this one a little bit like that. So I think we did a good job on laying this out. We have a walk-in closet, this one as well, and then this one is the washroom. This is the washroom right here. Closet will be at the back with a closed door. So I'm happy with this, and we're gonna continue this on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the second floor. Now we're going to continue working on this. So now, we added the door and we divided all necessary things that we needed to divide. Now, I'm going to turn on the underlay again so that we could see what's below and we'll be able to get the stuff that we already added. So now, go to underlay. We're going to change this to level 1. Click apply. So now, things that we need to get is obviously the toilet. So select that, CS. Once you click on CS, we'll be able to add right here and then right here. And then here as well, we'll be able to add it right here. After that, press escape, select this one, the vanity, CS, spacebar to change orientation, and then let's add it right about here. Let's add it here as well. Add here, or we could add, let's add it just right here. I know the spacing is not that good, so what we could do is we could orient this one to here. So because of the spacing issue, I don't want any of that, so might as well just add it on the other side. And it's not a big issue. It's because once we open this, the only time that you're gonna have a problem is if this one is swinging on the other side, but this one is swinging here. So we still have a good way to have this one oriented. So now we have those. I want to add this one as well. So CS, this is the side table and then the light as well, CS, and we could add it right here in the middle. So now I'm still thinking what else can we add. I believe that's more than enough, and that's the only thing that we needed. We can now revert back to none for the underlay base, and then here, from here, we could go to insert and then load family, and then go to furniture, beds, and then let's add this bed. So press open and then CM. Instead of double, let's add queen on all of them. So here we could add, we could put this one facing on this side. The good thing about this is we will have a good windows. Also, if we put this one, we could have an entertainment system here. And then the good part is we could have some tables here and sofa. So I believe we could just do this instead, or this one facing right here. We could have like a 360 of windows right here, which will be good. The only problem is it's beside the washroom. I know you're gonna be able to hear everything, but from this standpoint, what I can do is I can still have the windows right here up to here, but we'll be able to have some space here for reading and those kind of stuff. So I believe this is a better fit. We could even have spacing right here for the windows. So I'm gonna grab this one and then MV to move, and then I'm gonna move it. Probably I'm gonna grab it from here, this corner to this corner, and then we're going to align it so that it fits, and then we're going to just copy this one, copy it from here, grab it there, and then place it right there. And then we're going to add windows around here. And then I'm planning to add a balcony right about here, and then a balcony right here for this one as well. So we can do that here. But first, let's keep on adding the queen size. So here I'm going to add facing right here. As you can see, we have a lot of space, so we could have some windows around here, and then we could have some seating here as well. For this one, we could have it onto this area, and then here as well. And then we could just select that CS, and I think it's easier to just keep on adding this one instead of just copying. We could place it on the area immediately. There we go. I think that's good. We could select this one, CS, put it in the middle. There we go. So I believe that that's good. With that, what we could do is we could add in some chair. So let's go to insert, load family, go back, seating, and probably one of the seating right here. Let's see if this one is good enough for the area. CM, I think it's too big. I believe the best way is just chairs. So let's look for a proper chair. Then again, we have the same chair earlier. So let's go to our properties and turn on underlay again. And then grab this one, CS. Let's put this one onto this side. There we go. So I wanted that one facing here. this one around facing right here. And then we could put something right here, like a shelving. And then here, we don't need to put anything. Let's put this one as well. I think that one is good. And probably this one as well. It's good. So I'm happy with that. And then remove the underlay. And then load family. Go back. And then we have some storage, and then we have shelvings. Let's put that shelving. CM. We can put a shelving right here. And then from here, we could have some small area for reading. I think that's good enough for that area. Same time, see, added here, CS, and then good enough space for reading as well. For this area, we could even add like a study table and chairs as well. But that's up to you, whatever you feel like adding. And then let's finish up the washroom. So load family, go back, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Load this. After you load, CM, just add this one for now, and then this one right here, because we're going to double check what's the spacing right here. So here I'm gonna select the dimension DI spacebar, and then just grab whatever's right there, right here. This one is the same, so we're just gonna put it right there for now. And then here, so everything's the same. So what we could do is remove this. So 1550, edit 1550, apply, okay. So instead of that, undo that, select that, 1550. So this one's changed, this one's changed, this one just change orientation, spacebar. Or let's just flip this one, or just rotate it manually. Select that, MV, and then grab it from the corner right there. Do some spacing so that everything is proper. And then let's not forget about the lines, detail line, just to represent right here. So thin line. So the top right here, add this. And then for the closet, select that one, CS. Let's add the right here. And then we have closet right here as well. You could just add and select this one. Around 700 is good enough. So we have some space right here. I think that's good enough for that space. If not, I think the best way is to put the closet on this side. We're gonna grab it so that we will have the bed facing right here. So I think that's the best way. So space bar, grab it, and then just pull it right there. We could just select this one, MV to move, and just drag it right there on the corner. Let's align those, AL, and then just grab this one, MV, and then just select this one, MV, and then grab it from the corner. And then here, interior wall, CS, grab it right there, and then close it off like that. And then here we could grab this one and then move it to have some spacing right here. This one should be 700 is good enough. And you can even pull this one back if you don't want too much space right here. But I think that's perfect enough. And then now let's go back to architecture, click on door. This will be sliding door. So I believe we already added those. So 1500 by 2000 is still small enough. So let's go 1800 by 2000. I think that's good enough. If you want, you could select that, edit. You should duplicate, but for now I'm just going to put this one 2500 just to span enough. And then this one's good enough, and this one's good as well. So now we have to add some detailed line as well, but this one is demolish. Let's add demolish right here, demolish right here, this side as well, and this side. And then for the walk-in closet, what we could do is we could have demolish, like that, and then here as well. And then from that demolish, we're going to have this thin line. So I'm gonna select that, CS, and we could just add you can do an offset if you want to, but that's up to you if you're gonna do that. I'm just eyeballing this to give it a sense that there's a closet right here. And then let's just move this one from the side because we still have some space. This one to around right here, and this one So we're just fixing stuff that we can see. This is representing the top, and then we're just centering the vanity. Right here. We can maximize this area by adding 2 vanities. Selecting that, copy, and then putting it right here, because this one is being used by both of these occupants. So 2 of this is good enough. I wish we have room for another one right here, but that's good enough for now. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in all the furniture for the second floor. We can begin adding the windows and the balcony. So for now, what we're gonna do is, let's go to architecture, click on wall, and then here on the drop down, go back to curtain wall, and then here we're going to add the walls. Like below, we need to go with we need to orient it from the inside, so space bar, and then just add. And then here as well, we could have right there, and then here on this side. And then in terms of balcony, I want to add a balcony on this side, and then we're going to add a window right here, and then on the windows on the side. Same thing goes here, windows on this side, and obviously in the front as well. And then same here, CS. Let's add right here, and then right here. So here, I don't want it to be all the way on the corner, so I'm just gonna pull it out just like that, even here and then here. So we don't want it to be all the way at the corner. Same goes right here. We need to pull it back a little bit. This one is too pulled back, so we could just put it right there, and then here. So I'm happy with this. Now we need to cut. So here, click on cut geometry under modify, and then what you need to do is we need to click on the wall and then the curtain wall. Click the wall and then curtain wall. Click wall, curtain wall. Click here. Click there. In addition, I want to add lighting on our washroom right here. So here, select that, CS. We're going to add some lighting right here. We could add it on this side as well. Just small enough that we could have it right there. And we can make it center like that. And then same goes, click on cut geometry and then click on that. And then one more right here. We can move it a little bit so that to center it. So I'm happy with that. Now we're going to go to our 3D. So once we're there, we're gonna pull down one of them. So here, make it minus 400 from the top. So now that we have the top like that, AL, and then we need to have it on all of them so that everything is uniform in terms of how high it is. And then from there, we're going to change the different high of it, of the seal height. So for now, we did all of them, and then from here we could change it up. So let's go and pull this one up. This is for the washroom. So AL, I think that's good enough size. And then we'll put it up from here. Select that again, and then we have it from this spot. So those are pulled up. I'm happy with that. So the only thing that we need to change is from where we're going to put the balcony, because I'm planning to put the balcony above here, and I want one of my garage. So this will be a garage, and then one of them will be just a regular carport. So that's what I'm leaning into, because we could just basically edit this spot to be a garage. So we could actually just pull it all the way down like that, and we could put everything in it. The only problem that I'm having on that is we have this side area right here, but everything else looks nice. But I'm still thinking if I'm gonna do that though. But for now, let's figure out. This way should be one of the balconies, and then this way as well for the other one. I know this spot has too much space, so I want my balcony to be on this side. So that will actually change the way this look, it's because we're going to have it crop from here to have this one change. I think that's a good change if we're gonna do that. Even right here, if you think about this, we have too much space, knowing that this is scaled properly. This one, it's fine because we're just getting it from the corner that we have here. So I'm still thinking about if we're gonna change this. So for now, I'm going to change this back to 1800. The reason for that is we could manipulate this one now. So I could delete this and then delete this for now. Let's pull this one back. I think that's good enough. This one goes up. And then let's pull this one back. Like that. CS. This will be something that looks like this. And pull the back like that. So CS right here. Pull this one back just like that. And then TR, trim and extend. I want it to be good enough space, so maybe 900 from here. So at least we have some room here. It's not too much. This one probably 1000. And then just pull this one up like so. We could just change this to 1700. I think that's good enough space. And then here is perfect. So now CS here. Add that one, the curtain wall, and then select this and cut geometry. And then if we see it again, and then let's add this one as well. And then cut geometry again. There we go. That looked much better. So now we're going to pull this one up a little bit. And then AL, select that one, select here. These are the sides that doesn't have an all the way floor to ceiling, because we're going to put a door there. EL, align this one, and then here, and then here as well on this side. So only the floor to ceiling is the one that we're going to add there. I think for this one, I don't want to add the mullions in between as well. I think it looks much better to just have the side ones. So I'm gonna do that to all of them. Only on the side, but there will be separations. So let's go back to level 2. We're going to add the floor first. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 5. Edit, change this. I want wood on my flooring. So let's add one of this. Apply, OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now we're gonna choose pick line for all of them, and obviously for the side we're gonna change it up a little bit. So here, let's go from the inside. I'm choosing from the inside so that it's not sticking out. Here we're going to extend this one. Obviously we just need to add lines for now, and then we're gonna deal with how we're gonna extend that those ones later on. So now we're going to TR, trim and extend first. So for me, it's better sometimes to just finish the trimming first, click on finish, and then do the edits later on. Okay, so now we're going to edit boundaries again so that we could extend. I'm going to extend it from here. My balconies around 1500 to 2000 millimeters. I know this is too much, but maybe we could do 1200. This is a house anyway, or 1000. I think 1000 is perfect size. Oops. Yes, perfect size is the 1000. This is perfect. What we could do is we could just align it so that it's not hard enough. Okay, so let's just align that, and then this one we could just align it as well so that it doesn't need to be hard enough. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. That looks good. We just need to change the bottom. So here I'm going to modify, paint, and then let's paint that with something white. Let's do laminate ivory. So only for below. We could do the sides as well, but for now below, so that when we see it in Twinmotion, the ceiling is white right here. And then if you want to clean up, you can select all the walls right now. If you want to clean up your drawings, and what you can do is click on this And then after that, click on the floor, and it will disappear, or it will it will fix itself. It's not gonna show overlapping right here. So that's something that you can do by yourself. Like here, you can see this. This is something that you can select that, and so that it will disappear. It's not being shown. Here, we need to cut this one. So go back here, cut the area from the floor. So edit boundary. We just need to select here, select this side, and then this side, and then TR, trim and extend right here, trim and extend right here, and join, TR right here, and then now we could just add a line right here. And then after that, click finish, and we could see below there. So that's good. And then what we could do now is we could add in our flat roof. So we need to go to level 2 again, and then from level 2 we're going to architecture, click on roof, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Change the thickness to 200, and then we could put the shingles. So asphalt shingles. Press OK, OK, and then OK. Here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pick the line, but you have to change the base level to level 3. That's very important. And then from here, choose the inside again. And then obviously we need to select all of this and uncheck roof slope. So I just need to select here and then uncheck roof slope. And then now, before you add anything again, so select here, uncheck the define slope. That's very important, so that we have a flat roof right here. Now we need to trim and extend, so TR, trim and extend right here. And then here we forgot to click on one of them. So TR, trim and extend right here, right here, and there. And then click finish first, and let's see it on 3D. So now everything is like that. We need to select the wall, exterior wall. So we're going to select that by clicking on the tab, select it again. I know it's not all selected, so we're gonna do it again. Select everything. So by tabbing it, so I'm just going to hold on control, select the remaining that is not highlighted. So now this is all selected. What we're gonna do is we're gonna offset this, but on the top offset. So we're gonna put 600 above. So it will look like this. It will look like a parapet. You could put 600 or you could put 400. So it's up to you to decide. And then obviously for this one, you could just deal with this. You could edit this if you want to, so it's up to you to decide. But for now, this is done in regards with this, because this part is actually an interior wall instead of an exterior wall. That's something that you could just change. So here you could move it like that, unjoin them, select this one, CS, and then AL, align it. Make sure to align it accordingly. And then here as well, unjoin them. And then here, select CS, and then align first before you connect. So now at least everything is exterior, and then this is the interior part. Now when we go to here, we could basically pull this down. So select here and select there, click attach top base, and then select on the roof. It will disappear. And then now you can select all the exterior wall again, and you can manipulate from 400 if it's too high on your liking. So it will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish adding the roof, and then we set up all the curtain walls for the windows. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add curtain grids. So for me, I want to add 500 from the top. So here I'm gonna click on 500, and I believe it's easier if we put it in hidden first so that everybody can see properly. And then from at the top, I'm going to divide them. So here for the door, I'm planning out the door probably around, I think 700 will be good enough. And then from there, I'm going to divide the window. So I'm going to divide it by 3. And then for the windows that doesn't have the one for the, not for the balcony, I'm just gonna make sure to, I'm planning to pull it up a little bit. The reason for that is it's not something that it needs to be visible. So I'm going to pull it up. If you want the exact, it's going to be base offset, so around 650. So now it's 650 from the base. So now I'm gonna do it on the other side to make everything similar. And then now we just need to add in curtain grids. So here I'm just gonna add in the middle. This one is 700 again, and then put in 500 at the top, and then just divide this. And then here we could put 3 divided by 3. This one as well, we could divide it by 4. And then again here, I'm gonna put 700 and then 500 at the top. And then here we could just divide. And then here as well. $700 here, and then in the middle. This one, I want to add it exactly on the middle here. Okay. And then after that, divide this. And divide this. And then I think I'm good with this. We just need to add the mullions, which is we're gonna add 50 by 65, similar to below. I'm gonna click on all grid every time I have this, and then just a grid line on the sides, because I want the same effect as what we have below. So this one, I want it from here and then below. And then only in the casing, no, not even in the casing, I'm gonna delete, if it's possible to delete here. Or I'm just gonna have a single line right here, just for the casing. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna select here, and then select there. I know it's more hassle to do this, but it depends on you if you want to do that. But for me, I want to do that because it's just giving me, I think, a nicer look. And then single grill. On the side is all single. And then on the left side of this, not that one, and then change it like that. Okay, so that's done with that. Let's finish up. And then now I'm just gonna delete this part right there. So where I'm going to place the door, I'm going to delete those. You can use your tab in order to select. So now I'm done with that. Let's go to insert, load family. We're going to load the door. So go back to the main, click on door, and then here, single glass curtain wall. Click open. Now what you have to do is click multiple on the tab until you have this where it's highlighted only the ones that you're gonna change to a glass door. Now it's highlighting this panel only. Select that, click it, and then here, system panel glaze, drop down. It will be under here. Now it's changed. In terms of orientation, we need to go back to level 2 to change that. But right now, I believe it's easier to just add them and then just change it later on once we're in level 2. So here, I'm just keep on adding them by using my tab and then circulating until you have it highlighted, just the panel. Select that and then click on this. Now let's change orientation. If we want to, I'm gonna flip it like that way. Flip it back and flip it right here. This one is just flip it from the outside, and then here just flip it on the outside as well. This one, we just need to move it a little bit like that from the wall. So now, don't forget to keep on saving. We're going to add the railing so that we have it on our balcony. So you need to go to architecture, click on railing, and we have 3 different kinds. What I want right now is just rectangular, and then here you just need to add those like this, but you need to add them one at a time. So click finish. Here we need to do that again, so click on the railing, add it right there, and then going right here. You can use your arrow key to select so that you can move it, and then click finish, press escape, and then click railing again. You need to connect it to the wall, and then just like that, and then you can nudge it in place if you want to maximize the where you want to place it. Escape again, click on railing, under architecture, and then just keep on adding. And then click finish. If we check it will look like that. So that's something that you can do. Now we finish the railing as well. We can now change it back to realistic. It looks much better to visualize what we're doing. And then now, before we finish anything else, I believe we need to add in some room tags. So here we have our powder room, we have our laundry, and then we need to create some separation here. So press escape first, and then here we have room separator. By connecting it from the wall to any wall, you're separating it basically. So here we could just connect it right there. This is already a kitchen area. You could always double check. This is right here. We could tag this one as our foyer. With the powder room. We have our carport here. So I think tagging makes it a lot better to see. This is kitchen, and then this is family. And this is our backyard. You can even tag that. In terms of carport, yeah, we could just tag it as carport, but at the same time we're going to remove that area. So here we need separation, so it's saying that it's not separated yet, so I'm just adding that and then clicking on room again. So stairs here, and then we could make this one smaller if we want to. Show area number, so you could change this one as well. You can change how it looks if we change the scale as well. That looks too big, so that one is foyer, powder room, laundry, kitchen, stairs, living. You can move this one as well right there. Dining, family room, family area, and then this one is backyard. So we have those ones. Let's go to level 2. We can room tag again. Let's add this one. So we're adding at the moment. Let's put this one, change the scale. Bedroom 1, I'm gonna control and control C. Control V. This will be number 2. This will be number 3. And usually we put it so that it's being shown, or it's visual to everything. Corridor, walk-in closet, masters, ensuite 1, ensuite 2, and then here we need separation so that we could put walk-in closet again. There we go. And then we have bathroom, and at least we finished this labelings. What we could do now is go to 3D and check how it looks. The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to ground floor. I'm gonna do the surroundings first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the same grass floor that we use here. So this will be floor number 3 CS, and then I'm gonna use that to cover the space around here. So here I'm gonna put in rectangle, and I'm just going to go right here and then just spread it around big enough to cover, to add some trees once we're in Twinmotion. And then after that, pick lines, and then we're just going to add these lines right here, SL, that's split element, and then TR. So that looks good. Click finish, and then we need to just quickly connect this, TR, and then just click finish. So we have this space to add in more of the background and whatever we want to. And then let's add in the concrete for the rows here. So what I'm thinking of is another floor. So we're going to duplicate this. This will be floor number 6, 200 thickness, that's fine. And this will be concrete, so let's look for concrete. I'm gonna use this, and let's simply just add concrete right about here. And I'm just gonna use that to align this one. So big enough gap or big enough area so that we could have our views and whatnot. Okay, so that's fine enough, and we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add railings for the second floor, and then we added the door. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to actually add a third floor, so that we could design it much better. So I'm gonna put the top offset to 0 again, and then here I want it to be on level 3 for the this one should be on level 4. So we're gonna create another level for south elevation, and we could just CS, create similar, and then 3000 from the top. There we go. So we have level 4 there. It created this one as well. You can also CO, but once you CO, it's not automatic here. So copy. In order for this one to appear, you need to go to view, plan view, floor plan. So that's the only difference with just copying or adding the level. So LL is for the level. So now once we have this one added, you can change it to roof, or you could just leave it as level 4 if you want. So either way that's fine. I'm just lining up everything. For level 3, what we're gonna do is we're going to change this roof to level 4 now. So that's the roof area. And then for level 3, we can we need to double check here first that everything is pulled up properly so that the grid line is showing. For level 3, we need to do an underlay. So go under your property manager, and then here let's go and check level 2. So here's the layout for level 2 that we're gonna recreate. We're gonna choose this wall, so exterior wall, CS, and we're going to have this one added, the same thing as right here. And then here as well. So I know this one should be interior, but what I want to do, so this one is all the way there. I'm going to change this because this is all the way at the top, not room bounding, but this should be up to level 3 only. And it shouldn't be attached, so detached top base. So we're gonna do that on the base top constraint to 3. There we go. Detach, and then hold on roof, because we attach it there so that it doesn't appear. That's why all of this are showing. So this one is the one that we created. This one is detach. So this one is the one that we just recently created. So now if we go back to level 3, we're going to replicate this one. So for now, we're gonna copy the way this one looks. Don't worry about the wall first. We need to replicate this. So here, it's only up to here. So I'm going to TR, trim and extend, all the way here. I'm gonna go on the other side. I'm gonna replicate the way this one looks because I want the look of the exterior to be zigzag. So this will be the same one as here, but just the mirrored image. So this one is with a balcony, this one with the L-shaped balcony. So that's the difference between those. And then this should be all the way right here. So similar, we need to create this shared bathroom. So now we could just move this one right here, and then we could add the door as well to the same locations. So something like that. It's better if we line it up. There we go. We could get the same bed, but we need to push this one all the way right here, and then actually for this one we could still do the same, but we have some space here now. And then here we need to know the gap. So good enough. I'm just going to align this. So everything is aligned properly. So this one looks good. We have an opening here that it could go around. We need some space here, so we could just trim this one and then trim this one, so we have space. We can add in the bed. Something like that. And then the nightstand on each side. So something like this. Here we could just move a little, move it up so that we have enough space. I think that's good enough. Maximize those space there, and then here. And then put the same door, the same fixtures. I want it to be mirrored. There we go. And then this one should be replicated as well. And then for the openings, we're gonna create those openings as well. So far we finished what we done here, similar to what we have. We just need to have floor, and then here we have a roof that we're gonna create based on this one as well. And then this one is another roof that we need to cover. We could just put this one to level 3, and then after that we could just, so we're going to go right here, and then we could just edit footprint. We could move this one all the way right here. This one deleted, trim and extend. And then finish, and then see how it looks. So everything is covered. We just need to pull it up. So for this, we need to pull it up, and then we're going to cut this or trim this. So we could have split this one, and then once we split that, and then we could split here as well. Actually, for this one, we don't need this wall anymore. And then we could just split this one SL, and then we could select those walls, and then after that we put a top offset of 600. So there we go. So we have that parapet there. If it's too much, you can put it at 400. Okay, so that 400 is good enough as well. And then here we just need to, I don't want any access from here going to the second floor roof, so we want to limit that. So we still have to create this one. So after that, we need another floor, so we could create that floor, and then we copy this one as well. So if we go to, so copy and then paste it, paste to current view. if we check it, we have something that looks like this, but this one should be second floor to third floor. So we could just delete this, copy, and then go to third floor or second floor, and then paste current view. So now we have properly added. So we have going up, down, and then here connected going up to the third floor, and we just need to have the same flooring. Here, this floor, we could duplicate first. So this floor, oak red, we could put in gypsum wallboard first, and then we could duplicate that. And then we use level 5 again for this. Or floor number 5 to create our flooring. So architecture, floor, and then let's go to floor number 5. Pick path if you want. And then trim and extend. And then go to 3D to check how it looks. So it looks good here and then here, and that looks good right there. And then of course we have a lot of cleaning to do, especially when this one is hitting. So you might push it back or do our own clean up later. So depending on what we do, if we need to detach it or attach it on top, we're gonna do that. Before we finish, I want to add a roof into our level 4, but we're gonna copy the floor pan on this level first. Okay, so trim and extend. Go to 3D to see it much better. So as you can see, we need to edit a little bit more. So we could do is trim and extend, . and then we could put it back right here. Okay, so now we could just select all the walls pertaining to this, and we want to pull it up, offset it to 400, similar to what we did earlier. And then here you just need to detach this. So it doesn't show. So we have this parapet and we have this one as well. I'm planning on going right here, and instead of this one, the connection, I'm gonna change the wall joint here. So it's cleaner. So now we have this one all the way to the edge, and we could fix this one as well. So what we need to do is go to level 2. I believe this one is this should be on level 1, the wall joint here. So let's try and fix this. So I want the next one and see how it looks. So now it's a much cleaner look because we changed that wall joint. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the third floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do next is to add similar curtain walls or windows onto level 3. So similar to that, we need to add a curtain wall. So let's go and select wall, curtain wall, and then here we could just add that. So for us not to cut it anymore, cut geometry, just check that one, that part right here, automatically embedded, so it doesn't need to create that part anymore. So after this, same thing goes here. I want to add the window. Not visible here because of the cut plane. but it's there. So I'm going to align it so that it's the same alignment as per below. There we go. So now it's aligned properly, same height as well. And then I'm going to add this window similar to this window right here. In terms of size now, that's the thing that we need to know. It's something at 2200, something like that. We could leave it like that because we all know that the other side is much bigger than this. Also, if we go to level 2, we have this one right here that we need to add, and then here we need to add this one right here as well. So we need to trim and extend and create this wall right here. We can make it smaller. So I'm gonna do it 15 and then flip it. So now it looks much better. So we have the entrance here, similar to this, and then we need to copy this onto this side. There we go. And then we have opening here now. And then I want to also attach this one so that it doesn't show. And then we need to add the same thing here. So I just want to know the height. So what we need to do is to go to our south elevation, and I need to click that, so 500. So let's go and go click on our right there, 500, and then similar to this, we just need to add in the middle. Actually, we don't need this one. Here we need around 1000. But we just need, I'm gonna put it on this side, 900, and then midpoint right here. I'm gonna do the same thing here onto this side, 500. The door would be on this side, 900, and then midpoint. And then we just need to add mullion, not on all grids. We can put all grid first and then delete it afterwards. So here we just need to delete this. To make it look nicer. All grid first and then delete. There we go. I think that's all the same now. And then where the door will be, you need to remove the one at the bottom and then click on tab so that you can select this one, and then door. Click on tab, select the panel, and then choose the door. Go to level 3 to change orientation. Flip it here and then flip on the other side. So now that's looking good. What we need to do is we need to create our extrusions. So here, what I need to do here is we need to actually move this one a little bit on the side, because this is all the way. So I need to go to probably ease elevation and then grab it right there so that it's not all the way. And then what we can do is we're going to create something here. This is all the way here. We need to fill these gaps right here. So I'm going to edit boundary and then fill those gaps right there. So we have a gap here. Trim and extend, and then trim here. So that's good right there. We need to check other gaps, which we have a gap here. So we need to edit boundary again. Go to second floor to see everything. And then we need to move this one. So move it like that and create that fillers there. So now we need to go all the way here. So edit, second floor, there we go, and then fill it. Of course, need to fill it all the way so that it looks much better. And then here as well, might as well change everything. We have a gap here. That we need to take care of. And then we also have a gap here, somewhere on this side. So we need to go on this one. And then trim and extend, and then trim and extend. So now all the gaps are taken care of. Actually for this one, we need to go all the way at the end there. So we could just fill everything up. Okay, there we go. We have our fillers there. And then of course we need to clean up. On the second, I want the separation here as well. So might as well go above right here. So I'm going to SL. And then move this one at the top. I'm going to split this with gap so that it doesn't move everything, but as you can see, it's still moving. So instead, I'm going to close it and then move this one. So I'm just going to trim this one, release embedded, and then delete this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move this one a little bit there, select this and connect it on that wall. So now you could just move all this once, because we have some room, and then fill this one, and then now we have our room here. There we go. So we're just gonna leave that one, and then so everything is filled up. We can work on this. And then just trim this one. Trim this wall. Okay. But we're still going to put this one all the way so that we don't need to worry about this. Make sure that there's nothing showing like this, or else it's going to be like Christmas. Everything will be blinking. And then here we need to fix the joining. So how it joins, so we need this one to be second floor and on this one. So wall joints, and then click next. There we go, so it fills. So that one is good. This one, let's go on to third, and then I just want to change. So that looks much better. Even here we can change it, but that's good enough for me. $50, $65, $50, $65 as well. And then after this, as you can see, we need to move some of this. Edit path. And then also we need to change this to the glass bottom. Okay, so those are done. We clean that up. We need to add something similar, so railing. Let's add this first, and then let's remove there we go. Click finish. So actually just one at a time. Click finish, and then another railing going here. The underlay, you don't need that anymore, so that you don't get confused. Annotations, detail line, you can do demolish for this. And then here as well. So mostly clean up now. Go to 3D, change this to glass bottom, and there you go. It looks much better. Everything is there and looking good. I don't want any offset, so I'm gonna press 0 on this because it feels like it's much better. And then we're gonna fill everything else, and we're gonna do the design. And then lastly, before we leave, before we finish this, I don't want any more borders here, so what I'm gonna create is just an opening, and then probably grass here, and then it will be like regular grass on this side to make it look nicer. Maybe we could just extend this one a little bit for our front. Also, we could just have a border here. So actually, I'm just gonna leave this one probably like that. I'm going to maybe extend this, so we'll see it later on. So we're gonna add an extra, and then we can make this one smaller in terms of the side street or the street. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do the third floor, the railings, the windows and the doors right here. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is create the extrusion right here, but first we want to edit this boundary so that it's all the way to the end right here. It's actually on the end, so I just want to double check if it's really at the end. So it's all flush, so it looks like it's all flush, but in this instance it feels like it's extruded there. So once everything is good. I believe here it's at the back right here that is extruded. We need to pull it all the way to the back and then click finish. So everything is flush right now. And then we go to south elevation. I want to do the first one right here on this side. So I'm gonna do actually from the ground, or if level 1 is good enough. So here I'm gonna do model in place, generic model, and then here I'm gonna do an extrusion, select, pick lines right here, click finish. Actually, right now, not yet. We need to create the extrusion part, but we still need to clean it up for sure. So I'm gonna trim this, delete this, trim again on this side and then this side. And then this is just, let's put it at 500 all the way around. That's the offset that we're gonna set for this, so that it's all and then 200 for the extrusion here. And then let's change the material. Here we're gonna choose gypsum, but we're going to duplicate selected material, and you can change the name. I'm just gonna put it white 1. Apply OK, and then here fillet arc. Let's put this one fillet arc right here, and then let's set it to 700. It's good enough. 700 is there. Make sure this is 500. Okay, so this one looks good. I'm gonna pull it, click finish, go to 3D so that you can see how it looks. And then we should pull it up somewhere right here. So don't worry, we're still going to edit this because we're still gauging where it is located. So I'm going to align it from this part right here to this, and then from below here right there. And then now we're going to just edit this again. Edit extrusion, go to level 1, and then of course we're going to pull it out. There we go. Click finish, and then now everything looks consistent. We have this look right here. And then what we're going to do is we're gonna create something that will be all the way right here on this side. And then as you can see here, I want to make sure everything is flush. And then maybe we can change the look right here as well. So I'm going to have one going around here. So we will need to add this one, and then it will flow around here. So let's go back to level 2 now. Actually, we're going to do level 2, and then we're going to do the same thing. So create an extrusion, it's going to be wide again, and then it's just on this side. So we discussed 500 to be consistent on all. Trim and extend. Actually, we don't have there. Trim and extend right there. TR, and then here fillet arc. This is 700, so we need to be consistent. And then if we check it now, click finish and 3D, it needs to go down a bit, align it below and align below right there, and align it here and then align it there. But as you can see, it's not looking good. We need to pull it a bit backwards or from the top, because this is actually going here. I just noticed my mistake, but we could always fix that, right? What I usually do is align it first there and then here. So now we have this. We could extend this. The good thing about model in place, we could always change it right there. And then now we need the same thing, and another extrusion, but for level 3. So here we need to be creating another extrusion, and then we need to go from here. It's going to be a lot bigger basically, and then trim this one, and then here, and then just to be sure, we need an offset of 500 so that it's consistent with the other. I'm gonna do it like that, do it here, delete this one right here. This is supposed to be 500, supposed to be 500 right there. Trim and extend, and then we need to close it off. Fillet arc this. We need to be in 700. Click finish, go to 3D to check. We need to pull it all the way up. So I'm going to align it, AL. And then right here. From the top, we could actually do it like that, but it really depends on the design. I'm going to have a circular design here later on. We could make it consistent with different ones, but for now, let's do it like this. And then we could create the circular part right here, or even we could make it 200 as well for the extrusion to be consistent on all of them. Okay, so I also like this design right here. And then if we go to south elevation, we could do an extrusion now that will create another one, pick a plane, and then here we could do this first, and then we could have this one as 700, and then we could create something here, and then fillet arc here. I'm seeing 400, and then here 400 as well. And then here, what I want to do is create something like this, trim and extend, SL first, so split this first, and then TR, trim and extend here, and then here, and then we might do it something like that. Let's do 300 so that everything is, you can remember it, and then connect that one. Not sure if there's connection there. Okay, so we could delete that, and then let's do it there, and then here I want it to be until here in the lower part. I want to align it onto the here 400, and then click finish, and then let's see how this one looks. There we go. We need to create something here as well so that it looks similar. So I'm going to create here, and then fillet arc it 300. Okay, and then we connect this one back here, and then go down, trim and extend, and then click finish. So now the look of it going circular. If we change, for example, the material, so just an example, this white, let's make this color I want to change it to black for now so that it's visible. Not sure if we could change it here. Consistent color. As you can see, it looks like it's all combined together. We can make it even circular on this side as well if you want to do it further. But you can see the design now. I feel like I want to make this one bigger as well, maybe only at the top, and then here at the top we're gonna do the same thing what we did here, but all the way down, connecting below. And we're going to change the way this windows looks, so by making it linear, something like that, because everything is flowing down. And then I think this is the best thing to do with the design. So make it linear like this, and lower it down. We might just level this one out. So let's level this one out, and then level this one as well. So let's just pull it like that, and I think we're good. I just want to see the height here. Please offset off. Okay. For some reason it's not working properly. Okay, and then here I want to copy the things the same, so at least everything is consistent. And then let's So what we can do is double check here. I want to have, I think the thickness that we created here, I just want to see, I think 700, okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to do an extrusion again, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to pull it down here. And then we're gonna set here, pick a plane, double check here, and then 700 again. Okay, and then we have this at 700, and then we need to finish this first. I'm going to align it to this part right here because we need to cover this on this side. So we need to go to level 3, create another extrusion. We're gonna do the same thing that we did on this side, but on the fourth floor. Okay, so we can delete this, trim and extend, and trim and extend here. We have 1300 here, 1500 here. Let's make it consistent. Okay, click finish and pull it up, and then align it right here. And then of course we have an extra here. There we go. So nothing is overlapping here. And then here, go to south elevation, edit this is extrusion right here. We need to do the same thing. So we're gonna create here, and then fillet arc SL first, trim and extend, and then fillet arc. It was 300 as I remember. Delete this one and then pull this one going back. And then we're gonna do the same thing here. Fillet arc 300, unjoin them, and then delete here, and then click finish and check it if everything is good. And then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna curve this one as well so that everything is consistent. Edit extrusion, fillet arc, I think 400 here. Let's double check. I think 400 as well, so that's good. Everything is consistent. If we see now all the curves, and then here I'm going to have something here as well. We could circle this one as well, edit extrusion. This is level 2, level 4. And then here we're going to fillet arc here. I'm going to do 500, and then use spline let's see if this one is going to, this is too much. I'm just going to fillet art this. Let's do SL, trim and extend, and then fillet art those. Just to give it some curve. We can do the same at the other side, but I think this is good enough right here. And then in terms right here, we could do the same thing as what we did here. So that's level 3. Create an extrusion. I know it's 500. Trim and extend. There we go. Click finish. I want it to be connected. And then lower it down. And then of course we need to clean up. That's over there. And then here we could edit. Fillet arc 500, and then click finish. So as you can see, we did so many of the extrusion that everything looks nice. Of course, on the next video we're going to clean up more and then add more of this extrusion here to make it nicer. So our design will have a nicer view of all of this. We might change this one, or we're going to leave it like this. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the extrusion part. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to edit this part right now. I just want it to be straight, similar to this. So what I'm gonna do is go to level 4 and then just edit this extrusion right here. I just want to make it simple, so trim and extend. So trim and extend like that. So we could extend this now up to here at the end of here and then click finish. If we go back to level 1 or level 2, whatever it's showing this part, actually I'm just gonna edit it from here and I'm gonna check it into my ground and I'm going to extend this one. Instead of 425 or 500, I want to change it to 1,000, or maybe 700 is good. Okay, click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. That looks right. And then I'm gonna click finish on that, and then I'm going to delete this window right here. It doesn't make sense if, for example, there's another house on the side. It doesn't make sense to have a window there. So here it's possible because we still own this lot right here. And for this one to be overhang, that's fine for now. Like, it's just for the design of this one, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here, this one, I want to align it from this height right here to be consistent with everything. So that's good right there. We're going to change the sizes here. We're gonna add in some lights later on, and then here for the floor right here, I want to edit. I'm gonna edit this part, this boundary. I'm going to increase it. So I want my front yard to be a little bit more, basically. And then here, edit. I'm going to edit this one. And then at the same time, I'm going to increase the wall right here. Okay. And then here, I'm going to edit floor number 3 to be increased, and then I'm going to add grass on this part as well, because I'm going to add in some trees here so that to reflect the windows once we're adding that. So now this is a lot bigger. I'm going to edit this floor. I want this floor to be like this. We could have something like this right here. Trim and extend, and then trim and extend here, and then also here, and then delete this part right here. And then we're going to add in grass part. So at least our yard here is nice. And then we're going to connect it to this wall. Trim and extend. And then let's delete this part right here. And then now what we need to do is actually connect it at the top here. And then trim and extend here. And then that's good enough. So this is grass here. This will be concrete, and then we could create our sidewalk. So let's go to ground floor and then go to architecture. We're gonna create another floor. So I'm going to edit type, duplicate floor number 7. The thickness, I'm going to make it 100. And then the material, something concrete. So I'm gonna choose something random here that we haven't used yet. And then I'm gonna press OK and then OK. For that one, we're going to put it in front like so, and then also on this part we want to make sure that the thickness or the width is 2000, and at the same time also here, and then click finish. It's gonna be lower here. If you see it like that, it's gonna be under, but we're going to offset this one to 100 so that it's on top of this. So now everything is good right there. And the way we're gonna do this is we're going to go back to ground, select this one, and then modify sub element, and then we're going to create a split. So there's going to be a split here where the car will enter. So this one would be split, and then here as well another. We could go right here, and then I'm going to split it again onto this part around 500. So this is 500, and then maybe another 500 here. So just rough estimation. Let me do that again. Something like this to look like the same thing here, and then we could edit this. So we're still going to be able to change this. So -99. This one should be -99. -99. The reason that I put -99 instead of -100 is because if we overlap it too much, what will happen is it's going to, for example, it's going to have this weird situation that it's blinking because it's a sign of overlapping. We can also, what we can do is we can go more than that. I don't know if that one is the best idea, so let me double check that. So if we modify and then select this -120, for example, it's still good. Like, this will be consistent, but at least if you're rendering it, it will see that this is a sidewalk. This is something that people, it's not for the city. It's not included where the people are. So it's not included to the property of the homeowner. So after that, I like the way this one looks. Before we forget, I just want to change this material right here. So I want to change it to something that will be like a stone material, because my plan is maybe white and gray only. And then this one, I'm not sure if we use it already. but I'm gonna put a stone material, maybe my favorite material from Twinmotion. So here I'm just putting that one so that we know the difference. And then here I noticed this one as well. When we have this one is showing interior wall, we know that it will be an exterior wall. So I just want to change that before we go to Twinmotion. And maybe this one will be the gray one, and this one will be all white. And then this is the only one that is like the featured area that is different with the stone material. And then we're gonna put in lights all around it. And then after that, what we can do is we're going to make it nice here. So what we can do is go to model in place, generic model, and then we're going to do a sweep, and then pick path. We're gonna select this path right here and then click finish. The good thing about this one is I think it's all the way there, even though we have split. So edit profile, and then change this one to a different material. Preferably it's another concrete material, right? So something that is random that we haven't used yet. So now we're just going to create more details so that it looks much better. This will be, needs to be at least 100 for the height here. Thickness will be 5. I want to have something right here, maybe 25. I want to trim and extend right here, and then make it circular. So fillet arc, 4 for the radius. I want to have this one again right here, make it 50, and then trim and extend, and then fillet arc this one. I'll do 4 so that it's consistent. And then I'm just going to copy this. Want to make sure that we could recreate it on this side, on the other side. So click finish, and then finish, and then we have something right here. Unfortunately, we still need to work on this one. So what if we could edit the sweep, pick path, and then we pick this edge as well. Let's see if this one looks good. Something interesting. I kind of like the way this one looks. So we're gonna keep it like that. And I can see the breakage and everything. So that's certainly what I like. And then we have this, like, even though some part of this one is showing on below, it's not even seen much, so that's fine with me. We're gonna do it on the other side. So click sweep, pick path, select here, click finish, edit profile, and then let's look for where the intersection is. and then we could paste it. There we go. And then here we just need to mirror this one. Mirror it 90 degrees, move it, MV, and then of course we need to move it from the insertion point. The only problem is we need to delete some of this, but that's fine. Delete this one, and then this is 50, so we're still good. Click finish, finish, and then finish. So this one is a lot nicer. We used to have those circular right here, but moving forward we're gonna do this part instead because it looks nicer. And lastly, what we need to do is we're just going to make this one a door. So we're gonna go to south elevation and then edit this wall opening. Then I'm just going to create this opening right here. We have this one now, and we could increase this one depending on what we want, but the most important is we need to create a model in place. Generic model, and we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. And then here we're just going to make it a 50, change this one to a metal material, and then offset this one to 10, spacebar so that it's from the inside, and then offset this one to 50, and then click finish. Go to your 2D, and then we could just snug it in place like that, and then create another extrusion. We're going to add it here. Click finish. Go to 3D again to fix it first before we do multiple. There we go. And then we could use array tool, go to last, and then the number that you want. Maybe I just want it at 8. So from here I want it to be here, but with a consistent spacing, and there you go. Click finish, and then if you check, we have our door right there, nicely created. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in our sidewalk. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to extend this one right here all the way onto this one. So AL, and then extend this one. We don't need to extend this part right here, so that's fine. I want to extend this one here, so AL again, and then again for this one. So now that's looking good right there. I'm happy with the way this one is. Now we're gonna concentrate on adding lights. So here I'm gonna add in pot lights. So if you go to part 1 description or any of the description now, you'll be able to select the second link, and it will be either square base or circle. So here I'm gonna download both of this spotlight right here, which is right here, and then once you download that, let's open up this one. So we have circle and then we have square. What I want to do is to use the circle base. You just need to drag and drop. So as you can see, it will be attached to the face that you want it to be added. So if you want it to add here, it will be attached there. So I'm gonna attach it to the place that I want to. So for example, this part right here, and then here as well. And then for the ones here, we're gonna create a sweep again onto this area so that this path will have lights. So here we're going to have lights here as well. So the pot lights are only on this side, and we can put it on this one right here as well. It's gonna be all the way there. So now let's go to our level 1. Actually our ceiling plan, let's check it out. It's either level 1 or level 2. So here it's showing here, so we're just going to add it there, and we're gonna make sure to put it in the midpoint, and we're going to put 1000. You want to make sure that multiple is checked and uncheck the constraint, and then 1000 again. And then here let's align this so that it's consistent, and then put it in the middle. I think only up to here, and then we're going to center it so that everything looks nice. And then of course we're going to add near the front door 1000 for that, and then we're going to guess where we're going to put it. So probably the door is gonna be here, this will be the center, and then we're gonna put the pot light there. And then here on the side, we start off by adding here onto this part right here. We're going to center it, and then all the way up to here. So just type in 1000 all the way up. And then I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the location, and then it's up to you to add in on other sides, but for now the first floor is good. We can add some here as well if we want to, and then Actually, here at the second floor, let's add it as well. Why? Because it's gonna be nicer to have it there, and then the linear lights were going to be all the way here only. So we could add it on this side, but only on the extrusion part. So that's what's gonna happen. So now let's go to set level 2 and then just add those lights now. So again, 1000. And then we're kind of going to center it. Okay, perfect. And then here, copy and then add it like that. So we're good. We're going to add the linear lights as well using sweep, but we could do this for now. The one that is for the stairs. So we're going to edit in place and then void sweep, pick path, and we're going to pick this path right here. After that, go back here, edit profile, and then here we're going to measure, I think 30 is good, and then a square 5 by 5. And then you can delete this now. Click finish and then finish. You can use cut geometry so that you can see the result. And then let's do it on the other side. Under one, void sweep again, pick path, this part right here, click finish, select here, edit profile, zoom in, 31st, and then 5 by 5. And then delete this, click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. And then before that, let's go to modify, paint actually, and then here luminance. What we're gonna do is we're going to put the back into that material so that we could assign that to a luminous a neon material later on. And then if you cannot get it, click on tab so that it will scroll out. There you go. Click done and then click finish. So now our stairs will be lit, so that's good. And then now we could add in right here. Let's start by selecting this one, edit in place. We're going to create a sweep, pick a path, and then we're gonna select this path right here, only at the top. And then here, yeah, I think only for the top, because it's gonna be too much if we go all the way and then delete this one. Only up to there. And then click finish, edit profile. Here we're gonna create this one, maybe 200 from there, and then we're going to put in 5 by 5 again. And then click, make sure you change the material first, luminance, and then click finish, and at least we have it there. We're gonna do that all around here. So we're going to click on sweep again, pick path, select the paths, and then again only up to here. Click finish, edit profile, again 200 from here, and then 5 by 5. Click finish, and then finish. So that's done right there, and then we're going to do it onto this side. Not sure if it will be nice if we add something at the bottom as well, but we added a lot of this one already, so I think only at the top level is good enough. But if you want, you can always do that. Pick path, and then trim this one so that we know where the last point is. And then here, edit profile again, 300 first, 200, sorry. And then here, by 5, and then now let's add it here as well. Path, edit profile, 200, and then 5 by 5. Delete this, click finish, and then finish, and then we have all of that now added. And then let's add in a model text, and then we're going to pick a plane, and then we could just select this wall, right there, and then edit this, duplicate, this will be house number, and then we could just do 150. We could do actually 200 for this. And then for the depth, 25, and then material, metal material. Pull up a random material there, and then we could edit the text by selecting here, and then let's put it probably 71 Crescent Road. We can put it on top of here so that it looks nice. And that looks good right there. And then let's double check if we have all the naming here. We have the laundry, powder room, and the stairs, and then level 2. We all have all of this already. So on the next video, I'm gonna show you how to create the sheets and how to print it. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model. We already added all the lights. Now we're going to continue working on this by creating sheets. So first, let's go to our property browser and go to the sheet. Right click on that and then select new sheet. A0 metric is what we're gonna use, but if you want to change, you can load this and then go to title block, and you'll be able to see different kinds of paper size. So A0 metric, I'm good with that, so I'm gonna click OK, and it will start with A101. We could change this name to house first, ACC, a name. This will be cover sheet. And then after that, select here, keep on adding sheets again. So I'm gonna add sheet, I'm gonna choose A0, it will create 102, A102, and then it will follow along with the amounts of sheets that you're gonna do, and then it will be in sequence. So now here you can change the name again by double clicking it, and then this will be first floor, this will be second, and then you can also double click here and then change it on the title sheet as well. Elevation, and then we can do it here again. So there's different ways of changing the names and then the numbers. And then go back to cover sheet. So what we're gonna add here is the rendering and then the drawing list. So to do the rendering, let's go to actually ground floor, and then we're gonna create a camera view, and then this is the view range. As much as you can, make sure that you cover all of this, so that if you in case change your orientation, it will still show what it is. So here, this is the view that I want. We can change it to realistic, and then we could put it to fine. So we have this one. We can also put it in the middle if we want to. And then if you want it, change it here and then move it to the center. And then make it bigger. And then that looks good right there. So now to render this, let's go to insert. Actually, not insert, masking, and I think it's insert, or actually view. Go to view, and then here we can click on rendering. There's a couple of ways to render. You can render to your computer or render in cloud. We're just gonna render in computer, and then here different kinds of settings or quality level. Draft is the most minimum, and then it will be the fastest, and then for the rest, depending on how much you want it, it will increase. Of course, the custom or the best are the ones that will take longer depending on the size that you want. For me, I'm just gonna put it to draft and then click on render, and then it's just a couple of seconds, and then this will be rendered. And then we have an option of exporting it or saving it to our project. So of course we're gonna save it to our project, and it will create a rendering line here. But before that, we could actually adjust the exposure by clicking adjust exposure right here. And if you want to make it darker or brighter, it really depends on you. So here we're going to change some of them, just a little bit, and then click apply. If you don't want the settings that you did, you can always reset it. So press OK, and then I'm gonna save it. You can export this one if you want through a JPEG, bitmaps, portable PNG, or TIFF files. So there's a lot of variation, but I'm just gonna save this one, and then we could put in the name render 1. Press OK, and then we have the rendering right here. So once we have that, we'll be able to just drag and drop it to our model. I don't want the title, so I'm gonna put in no title, and then we could double click, and then we could resize this wherever we want. And then we're gonna leave some space for our drawing list right here. So now we can also make this rendering our starting view. So if you go to manage and then click on starting view, we'll be able to choose the rendering or the 3D image that you created. So here, rendering, and then press OK. So now every time we open this project, this will be the look that they're gonna see. And then now we're gonna go to project browser again, and then let's go to schedule, right click on this, and then we need to create a new sheet list. So this will be our drafting list. So here we're gonna start by the sheet number first, and then sheet name, and then whatever you need here you'll be able to add on the fields, but this is the only two that I want to add. You can always add more if you want to. So press OK, and it will create this one, but I don't like the look yet, so we could edit the look or the appearance. And then here I don't want any blank row, so I'm gonna uncheck that. And then here, the title, I want it to be big. Header, I want it to be 7mm, and then the body text, I want it to be around 5. And then press OK. And then here we're going to name it as drawing list. And then we only need to drag and drop that. So drawing list, add it onto this part, and then we could resize this one so that everything looks good. And then put it like that. And then the good thing about this one, the drawing list, is it's all automatic. So if we add or delete any sheet, it will be deleted instantly. So for example, if we're gonna add in section, we could add in a sheet here, new sheet, azerometric, it will be 106, and then this will be called section. And then if you go to cover sheet, you can see it right there instantly. We didn't do anything anymore. All are automatic. So now if we go to first floor and then drag and drop level 1 first, we can see how this one looks. It looks small. That's because the scale that we use here. So it's already 1:50. We can increase it more if you want to. For now, once we add it here, I think it's just a perfect view of this one. But here, if you notice, the title is level 1. It's because this is the name of right here. But if we want to change the name to first floor, similar to what we have here, we need to select the view, and then we need to scroll down and then title sheet. So I'm gonna name it first floor as well. Select here and then click apply. It will just change the name here, but it won't change the name right here. So now let's go to second floor. Scale is 1:50. Press escape, select here, move this one, and then we need to change the name to second floor. Select it here, click apply, and then select here to change the title line. So that's looking good right there. Let's go to elevation. We need to drop it first to see the scaling. For this one, 1:100 is too small. So let's go, and after that, let's fix all of this first, and then change the scale to 1:50. And then we could change this shaded, and then we could go right here for the background, gradient, apply, OK. And you want to make sure that you're showing the crop region. So let's do that in Nord as well. 1:50. Shaded. And then go back here. Graphic display. Background. Gradient. Apply. OK. And then if you need to change this one, you can do so. Go to south, change the scale, make sure this one is shown, shaded, graphic display, background, gradient, apply, OK. and then go to west elevation, 1:50, shaded, graphic display, background, gradient, apply OK, and then we need to fix this one so everything is lining up properly, and then we could crop this one. So now we just need to pull them out and then put it on the sheet. So we have this one right here, east elevation, and then we add the north, go to elevation again, add in the south elevation, and then the west elevation afterwards. Let's fix this one right here so that everything is aligned properly. And then we added section, so we need to go to our level 1. To add section, you can click on section right here, and then most of the time we understand where the stairs are. Let's undo that and then add another one, and make sure this is 90 degrees without any angle, and then the view range, put it back something like this. And then let's add in another one right here, and then pull it back, and then all this information will be added once we put in the section into their sheet. So it will be automatic as well. So for example, go to section, change everything. What I want here is shaded as well, fine, and then click here, fine, shaded, and then click in shadow. Go to section, sheet, and then add them. So as you can see, everything is added properly, and this is looking good. So I'm gonna teach you how to add in callouts. So let's add in a sheet for callout, A0107. So A107 will be our callout, and then here we could just put in call out. You can put in details or whatever, but just the name itself. And let's clean up all of this so that we focus on the callout. To create callout, go to level 1. So most of the time, kitchen is the one that we review most of the time. So go to view, click on callout, rectangle, and then here let's create a callout here. And then next, let's create a callout to our stairs. All of this information would be added again once we add everything to the sheet. So you could move this one right there, and then we can add in a laundry detail. So where the piping and everything goes, you can add those here. Then let's go to our second floor. So level 2, go to view, and then callout. Let's go to our master ensuite, so we could review how this one looks. We can move this one right here so that everything is shown. And as you can see, once we add everything, all this information, it's going to be added. So here we have masters, and then let's add another one. We could do the one of the washroom here. the common washroom for bedroom 3 and 2. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna rename all of this. So the first one is the kitchen. We can put in kitchen. Second one we did is stairs. The third is the laundry. And then as I remember, we did is one is the masters. And then this one is the common washroom. Okay, so now what we need to do is open up callout sheet, and then we're also going to drag and drop those. So let's add in the kitchen first. It will be scaled at 1:25, and then let's add in stairs. Then laundry, and then master's bedroom, and then common washroom. So that's how easy it is to add callouts, create them, and then adding in them. So now once we're done with everything, what we can do is we could go and print. So let's click on print and then choose your printer. Select the views and then make sure to combine them. I'm gonna put it onto my desktop, and then here I'm going to uncheck view and then select all. So I'm gonna save this one as my full set of drawing, and then of course you can create more. So for example, I don't need this one, this one, this one. So you can save this one and then you can put change one, and then maybe on change 2 you can put okay, so change 2. So now once we click full set, it will be full set, and then change 1, it will only be change 1, and so on. So you can preset all of this, and then now once you're ready to print, just press OK and then OK, and let's wait for it to finish. Usually it's very fast, and then once it's done, we'll see the result of the sheets. So here, let's save it again to my desktop, save it, and then double click it. As you can see, we have our cover sheet right here. First floor, second floor, both are elevations. We created sections, and then I showed you how to create callouts. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, I showed you how to create sheets, and then I showed you how to create callouts, section, and how to render as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this, and we need to send it to Twinmotion via Datasmith. So what you need to do first is to put it in Fine, go to the 3D, save it, and then afterwards click on Datasmith plugin, and then export Datasmith file, and we're gonna save it to our location. So I'm just gonna leave it at my Revit file folder, and then you can name it if you want to, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. Click save, and once you save it, open up your Twinmotion. I installed the latest Twinmotion 2025.2. So once you open that, delete all of this that you have there for the start. If you want, you can hide the navigation panel, and then now import it. Click here and then open, and then let's go to the location where we save it, which is right here, and then click import. So once everything is imported, press OK right here, and then there we go. So we have this one imported. First, let's do save it first, so that it doesn't so if, for example, it crashes, at least you already have the file saved. So here I'm just gonna put in house and then click save, and then after that click file again, and to sign in. So I'm already signed in, so we're good to go. It's important for you to sign in so that you'll be able to use all of this features, especially the HDRI, and then click ambience, and then after that HDRI, let's wait for it to load. And then click backdrop, because we're gonna use the HDRI background here. So approaching storm is the one that is default here. We could just use that for now, and click the detail and the height offset. Let's pull it down like so, and then after this, let's go to camera view, still under ambience, and then we're going to click parallelism, and then let's check rendering. I want lumen, and then we're gonna use path tracer later. So after this, we can now set the materials. So for now, click on glass. I'm gonna use clear glass, and then here we're gonna select clear glass. We could do basic and then change the tint, and then fractional opacity, and then let's check this one colored, I think colored is good as well. Intensity and then freshnel, opacity. So that's good right there. Let's go to I want to check let's go to stone, and I want to select this one right here. And then drop it there. I want to scale this. So for some reason I couldn't find this scale. Opacity. Let's try pick material. Of course this one is new, so right here under UV there is the scale right there. There we go. So now after that, go to material, and then actually we could select this aluminum right here for the mullion, and you want to make sure to go to main and then metallic intensity, and then let's go to color. I want it to be darker, and then we're gonna use that, so a little bit darker. And then I want to use that same material for this one as well. There we go. And then we could use it here and then here. So that's looking good right there. Let's go back to material, and then wall covering, I'm gonna put matte paint or satin. I'm gonna use satin first, and I'm going to change this to gray. And then another satin here, and let's leave it at white. If you want to change it, it's up to you, but for now I'm gonna leave it like that. I want to change this. Okay, and then here we're gonna use the same material that we use here for the door, and then we could use this one for here. And then after this, go back to material, and I'm looking for neon. It's because I want to change this one. There we go. So now we have all of this lit because we have that one. And then what I like about the new versions is the 3D grass. So it's so easy for us to add grass now. And then you can even change different material appearance. even dry grass we have. So that's perfect right there. And then of course we're going to change the materials right here. I'm gonna do concrete, but the ground first. And then I want the man-made. And then here we're going to download all of this. I'm not sure if I have this one set up. Increments, preference, and then here path tracer, custom paths, and then user library. I'm gonna use my own library right here, C folder, and then OK. So now we have those. And then let's select more. So here I'm gonna use this one. Go to UV to scale it. There we go. And then I'm gonna use this. Let's use the cobblestone for this part right here, and then scale it a bit. And then why not, let's reuse that here, so we have that consistency. And then now let's go back to stone, and I'm just gonna use this one here, and then scale it again. That's perfect right there. I'm happy with the changes that we did. Make sure you keep on saving. And then here I'm just gonna use cart, and then let's add in vehicles. I'm just gonna use this for now. Okay. Let's push it back. And then here we go back to library as, and then material, car paint. Let's put in dark blue. Okay, so we have that one there. And then I want to change the materials for the wood here. I wanted a darker color. So before, some of this are standard in Twinmotion, but now you need to download them. So one of the changes that I noticed, this one is good, right? So I'm happy with that. For all of this, the neon, I want to change the luminance filter to something yellow. So it looks nicer. Okay. And then here we can start adding some vegetation. If we click here, so ambience, environment, we can make this one a little bit bigger, and we need that for the bounce or the reflection. So here what I'm gonna use is I'm gonna download different kinds of trees, and then we're just gonna randomly add it into our background. So once this one, hold on control, and then once those are done, we just keep on clicking here. It will keep on adding different trees into our model. So once those are added, we can press escape. And then let's save this for now. Then lastly, before we finish this video, I just want to add a background here. I'm gonna use this one and place it right about here. Press escape. So that's this one right here, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. I'm gonna rotate it again to 180. And then I'm gonna lower it down a bit. I think that's good enough just for the background. And then on the other side, I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then we could just add in some vegetation. So for example, this one, I'm gonna add it on this side. Maybe I'm gonna lower the age here. And then rotate it a bit. Okay, and then on this side, we're just going to add random ones here. And then maybe this one. And then I want to add maybe a smaller one. And then at the back here, bigger ones. I think that's good for now. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to move our model from Revit to Twinmotion. And then we started adding all the materials and even vegetation. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to add lighting. So let's go to here and add spotlights. So we're going to add it here, and because we space it properly, like we have it on every 1000, it's easier for us to copy. So here, let's add it like so. And then, before we do that, we're going to change the intensity to 10. And then, the temperature. And then here we have around 4. So we're going to copy 3 of them. So every one, there's another one. That's good. And then we're going to copy one of this one right here, so that we could just grab it there and then place it right here. So it's already in the correct height. And then you just need to place it. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additionals. So every 1 meter, 6 of them more. So that's good right there. I'm just gonna copy this one now. Same thing, same idea. Put it right here. And place it there. And then copy. And then hold on Shift every 1 meter. And then add it again onto this part right here. Looks good right there. And then just 3 more. So here, that's good right there. And because we already have set everything else, might as well just copy it to go all the way up. So we just need to remember to place it properly. And then we have 4 of them. And then 3 of them will be copied. So that's good right there. And then we're going to copy 1 on this side. Okay, and then copy it again. So that's good with the lights. I'm happy with that. Then what we're gonna do is, so I want to change this to a different car. I think I have a user library here. It looks like it's working now. And let's just add this Bugatti Veyron. And then let's rotate it 180 degrees. And let's put it somewhere there. It's looking good. I do want to change the color. So we have materials, car paint, and let's do close enough for the Bugatti blue. You have to make it a little bit dark. And that's looking good right there. Dark blue. And then this one, I'm gonna do maybe the gray. There we go. I want to make it a little bit darker. So something like that. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is I'm planning on adding maybe one of this right here. I'm gonna lower the age. And then let's add some lights there. So a spotlight. Let's add in spotlight, but we're going to change the direction to 180 and putting it there. Change the temperature, and let's put this one at 20. There we go. I think I'm happy with that. And let's just double check. And I want to do check when we're doing rendering is how everything will reflect. Is there something too much or something that we need to decrease? Like for example, the light source on those lights there. So it looks like it's too much. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this one low, and then let's decrease all of this. So we have light fixtures, so we could just add multiple. So control, hold on control. So anything that is with light fixture, we could decrease it, the intensity, to 5, and then the temperature to a bit orangey. So this one is good. Let's fix this part right here. Hold on control again, and something that we could put 5, and then orangey, and then this one is covered. So now once we do a rendering, it will look realistic like that. At the same time, I want to increase the fractional opacity. A little bit more, just to get a subtle reflection, and then as you can see, everything is bouncing properly. So press escape on that, and then now we could create like the look. So we're gonna create an image. So if you go to your media, and then we could click here. So this will be my first image right here. You want to make sure, let's make sure that camera is in parallelism, so that's good. Environment, we can leave that. And then in rendering, we have matte tracer, and then we have lumen. So here, lumen is not integrated. So that's something that we could review later on. But let's put this one to low for now. I'm actually for rendering, let's put it in high now, because we're going to set up the image one by one. But we're gonna keep on going to back and forth. So here, let's click on that. So that's our first image. We're going to change the focal length of this image, because I want to significantly show the building itself. So we're going to refresh that. then we're gonna continue. By setting this. Add another one. And then here on the other side, let's put this one to 3 in terms of speed. Okay, I just want to double check this one. I'm good with this, and this one is pretty straight on. And then maybe I want a longer view right here. Something like that, and then I'm going to increase the focal length. So click that one first, and then increase the focal length. And there you go. And then here, we could add another one of this, but with environment. I want different season. A different season here, refresh, and then create another one, but with the snow. And then refresh on that. I could give in more of this view here, so that at least we have different viewpoints. There we go. And then you want to make sure, once you're done, to click here and then make sure that that's high, because once we do that, we're registering it as a path tracer. So at least it's a lot easier to work with. I'm gonna do this one. There we go, and then click here. So let's save this first, and then we're gonna create a video after this. So let's work on the video now. So let's quit on this one, go back to media, and then we're gonna click on the video here, and we're gonna start off maybe on this. So I want to go directly from here. So I'm gonna set this one to number 3 speed, and then click here and go forward. I'm gonna set this one to 6, and then here click here, and then let's pull it down like so. That's 5 right there. I'm going to change this one to 7. And then here, I want to move this one from here to the side here. Six, and then I want it on 4. And then another 4 here. And then I want it to circle all up around. And let me just add concrete here. And change the color a bit. And then I want to go away now. For seconds. Seconds, and then lastly another 4 seconds here. Let's make it 6 seconds. And then click here. Let's duplicate this. Rename one of them to show reel. And then the other one, rename it to shorts. And then here, we need to change it to 700, and then here to 1000. And then once we're done, let's save this one, and then we could click on export, and then we select images, select this one right here, make sure you have this icon right here, that means that is path tracer, and then for the video we need to select both of the videos, and you want to save it first, and then just click on start export once you're done. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.